dome, twilight ruled the day. We found the impossible, now we're unstoppable. Taking off the world beneath us. Strong under pressure, we'll make it together. Our universe will change. Freedom looking down a telescope. Starlight never been so beautiful. Whole world waiting for us, time to go. Escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rising sunset. Never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Straight to the galaxy, faster than sanity. Left behind a land forsaken. Black holes and meteors, riding on shooting stars. Fearless like our dreams. We shoot down a satellite, wings of a butterfly. Constellations recreate and fighting for liberty. Raising the energy, bursting at the seams. Freedom looking down a telescope. Starlight never been so beautiful. Whole world waiting for us, time to go. Escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rising sunset. Never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Starlight dances in the silver of the night sky. Way above the clouds, we will be sailing high, sailing high, sailing high. Ooh, you and me, we're gonna touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rising sunset. Never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
All right, let's go ahead and get things started. Just trying to get everything up and running. Still trying to get this process all knocked out, but welcome in everyone. Welcome in Neonek. Welcome in Sentient Cookie, the very last Lardine, Darstrider, Sentient Cookie grabbing the first. And I think I got all the names. But welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. RimWorld is currently booting up right now as we speak, so hopefully that gets itself sorted out here in just a moment. Okay. Keep running stream elements. Yeah. I need to remember what I actually still have that's in stream elements. I know it's not much. Because I'm trying to move away from having anything in stream elements because, let's be real, these days, stream elements is mostly around just pushing Raid Shadow Legends and not a whole lot else. Which people have noticed I've never taken a sponsorship from them. I don't blame anyone who does. You got to get your money where you can get your money, that all kind of thing. But at the same time, it is just one of those things that I don't like it. They put it as sponsorship, but it's an affiliate program, really. And what I mean by that is a sponsorship, they pay you like X dollars to play Y amount of game or show Y amount of product or whatever. It's a flat rate. You get paid. Doesn't matter how many units get sold, you get paid. An affiliate program, you have that whole obligation of, for every unit you sell, you get N amount of dollars. Maybe it goes up or down based on number ones. Yeah. Let's see, you added this one recently. Gotcha. But with all that said, so the plan for today's stream is pretty straightforward. We are going to start out with RimWorld, like I said we were going to do yesterday. I do think I want to try and make that Adam and Eve run thing kind of happen by default kind of thing. That's what I'm thinking we're gonna do. We're trying to give that one another go. Maybe do some tweaks to it and all that to try and make it a little bit better. But I am kind of liking the idea of that challenge. And then what we're gonna do is somewhere during stream. I don't know if it's gonna be exactly at the 9 o'clock split, but about halfway through the stream, we're gonna switch over to Project Zomboid. I got a couple reasons for that. One, as I said, I would be playing a little bit more Project Zomboid on the channel, you know, as we kind of wait for Build 42. So that's part of it. Another part of it is tonight, after our stream, Bloody Drongo and Curly are doing a collaborative stream where they're going to be playing Project Zomboid together. Bloody Drongo, I know, has played some Project Zomboid, but not a whole lot of it, so would definitely be at like beginner to maybe intermediate player.
What did the bossmer get when he came home late for dinner? The cold shoulder.
Thank you for 245 biddies, Darkstrider. I really do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for those biddies. But yeah, so there's that. And I'm under the impression Curly is very new to Project Zomboid. I don't know. They could be an advanced player. I have not gotten any information. Regardless, I got to meet both of them at TwitchCon. Drongo's been a friend of the channel for a good long while. Curly is someone new I met, an absolutely fantastic person. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go an hour longer than normal today, so far as we're going to wrap up a little bit later, because my intent is to get as many people who are in to see this channel for Project Zomboid together as I can. That way when they start, we can just drop a huge number of people on them. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to raid Curly or Drongo, and by the way, they probably know it's coming because of me mentioning I was going to go an hour longer and I was going to be playing Project Zomboid. They could probably do the math, but I haven't specifically reached out that I was going to do this. It's just something that I want to kind of do. I want to let people know that they're out there. But so that's kind of the plan. I am thinking we're going to hop back on Venus when we get to that point, which is the character that we have. I can't remember, it's like 158 or 160 or whatever thousand kills in that character. So super established, juiced character, but we'll run around, kill a bunch of zombies. And then we'll go from like the sweatiest, highest level type gameplay, and then we'll pass you off to people who are relatively new to the game to, you know, have that fun comparison, which should be a blast. I plan to stay up fairly late tonight, even after stream, to kind of watch a little bit of that. It'll end up being like 6, 7 a.m. my time, so I won't be able to stay for the whole thing. I'll have to sleep at some point, but I'm looking forward to that. As far as to the announcements on the channel kind of stuff, so we did play Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday, and during the stream, I was like, alright, I don't know, the numbers don't look that good for this. Maybe, maybe not, we play it again. After the stream, I pulled up my analytics tool, and it was quite a bit worse than I had realized during the stream, because I don't watch the view count super carefully. So it ended up being the second lowest thing we've had viewed in like the last quarter. Which is fine. Like, I don't regret playing it. That's the whole reason we do that, Redeem, is that way we could play those games that may or may not make strategic sense. Because sometimes I've been surprised at a game that I'm like, there's no way anyone's going to watch that. Ends up being really good, and just saying there's games that I've expected people to really love that just, you know, limp noodle just does not resonate for whatever reason. But with that said, with the viewership we had, where I talked about maybe it being a regular thing, I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm kind of coming to accept the point that with at least the audience I built on the channel, the very story-heavy games, where like the following the story is kind of the main point, just don't really do well on this channel. Not to say that they're bad for Twitch or anything. Obviously, people are doing very good in the Baldur's Gate thing. I'm also wondering if it's one of those things that we had a lot of big-name streamers hopped into Baldur's Gate, and they've been doing the playthroughs much longer than they normally do, that normally they would have churned onto another game, but they kind of want to see the conclusion of that. So I do wonder if because of that, Baldur's Gate 3 has had kind of a longer shelf life on Twitch than you normally get from that style of game, which it deserves, to be clear. But it did get a bit longer shelf life, but that the people who have been watching it, who are interested, have kind of, for the most part, you know, maybe kind of saw what they wanted to, and then they're kind of like, and moved on or whatever. But, who knows? So with that, that's what's going out there. I do need to get a poll up for what we're going to be playing next on the channel so far as the medium to long format games. I do know when November comes around and they drop the 1.0 release of Coral Island, I will absolutely be doing that because I do want to do a proper playthrough start to finish the entire game, where now we'll be able to actually marry people, like we'll be able to finish the island, like it is the full release. They do have extra stuff they're going to be adding on later, but like this is the 1.0 release. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, Moonwitch, that's been a joke. Like I got it from someone else. I can't remember who it was. It was either was it Sim? I don't remember. It may have been Simcopter 1, but that there was a joke one time about like, oh, don't worry, we'll double your rations of your bucket of fish heads, for referring as like the payment to the mods. It's just being silly about the fact that, like, modding is a volunteer thing, but you get the whole thing. But I joked about it once or twice, and now it's starting to stick here too, because that's the way these things work. But yeah, so I do need to find a couple extra games to put in here. Starfield is a possibility. I'm torn on that one, just because I know first-person shooters have not done well on this channel, and story-heavy games have not done well on this channel, so it's kind of like a double whammy of things that I suspect will have a handful of, like, really into it people, and then the broader audience wouldn't be in it as well. That's one of the things I need to sit down, and I've debated trying to, like, I don't know if I'll make a separate channel for it, just a temporary channel, or just use the help, like, hijack the, help the streamer. But, there's the idea with streaming that when you're deciding, like, what to do, that people use different terms for it, but you have things that are foundational to your channel. Like, that's your core value, your core offering, like, the, chill vibes, the advocacy stuff that we do here. Those would be kind of things I put in, like, the foundation kind of things for the channel. You have what's referred to as an additive to the channel. So that's something that's not necessarily a, like, if you removed it, it wouldn't be changing the entire characteristic of the channel. But it is a bonus that, supports whatever your channel is. And then you have distractors, which is something you've added that actually comes at the cost of what your channel is. And the idea is you want to get rid of distractors, and add additives. So you get more things in line with your channel that people can enjoy, that add to that feel, and get rid of the things that take away from it. Because that's the thing that you'll do, is you'll take an idea from another channel that sounds good, and it ends up actually being bad for your channel. So, like, right now, with all the distractions we have with, like, the ads and all that, where I used to do the push-up redeems, or whatever it was, for the longest time, with how frequent all these interruptions were, that went from what I would say was an ad to the channel to eventually became a distractor to the channel. Well, you can't get rid of me. I ain't leaving. We're not talking about viewers in this case. Though you do have viewers can be a distractor, but that's usually people trolling that we hit them with a ban hammer, and then it's not a problem anymore. But you get the idea. It's something I need to sit down, and it's one of those things that I've wanted to chit-chat with people about. I'm just trying to think of what format, where to do it, that kind of thing. Like, the Discord is the thing that seems like the most obvious place, since we're just not getting a place on Twitch itself that we can have that discussion, outside of having a just chatting stream. Hey, more purple hair? Yeah, no, I re-dyed it yesterday, but unfortunately the camera was being totally scuff. So, yeah. Because it was getting to be a pretty bad mix of brown, silver, and, like, lavender, because the dye was fading. Anyways, I don't really have any other major announcements beyond just we're going to be doing RimWorld today, we're going to be doing some Project Zomboid today, we're going to be raiding out to other people playing Project Zomboid at the end of the stream. I have no idea what we're doing in the mid to long term on the channel beyond more RimWorld. Probably occasional bit of Zomboid. I need to get a pull up and get that kind of figure stuff out. But we can talk about more later. So let's go ahead and get into RimWorld. For those who missed yesterday's stream, we died. Randy... Man, what was the list that Randy hit us with? So the stream before last, he gave us fibrous mechanites twice. He gave us plague. He gave us... there was another disease that hit us real bad. It wasn't gutworms. It was... We gave us flu, because we lost only one person to flu. Oh yeah, here, let me open that. See if my commands work. Yes, they do. But yeah, I basically just put on the stream deck here where I could push to start, draw, and get rid of the pull without having to, like, click over and do all that. So he hit us with all that. He cold snapped us, bladed us twice, I'm sorry. Toxic fallout us as the cold snap was ending, then heat waved us, which slows down the growth of the plants. So it was like, the raids, he didn't do a whole lot of anything. Like, we had some, but for the most part, they were easily dispatched. We did lose one person to a really unlucky, I think it was a heart hit, by a mech cluster. Oh yeah, and then we also had that the mech cluster that dropped that was just no cover, and it was something like 6 of the little turrets. I'm blanking on their name right now. The little turrets have a habit of tapping you in the head and one-shotting you, and then one autocannon. So we were early game, we didn't even have guns or EMP or anything yet. So we just got attritioned down by Randy, and then eventually just starvation started setting in, the colony pretty much died. So after that, we had people propose a new challenge of what we're referring to as like an Adam and Eve kind of challenge. So we start with 2 people who are naked brutality. Yeah, so that was this one. I need to rename the scenario. But you're going to make a couple more things. Let's say Adam and Eve. What is the Q for? Having, if you want to be in the colony. So where you see me forcing a bunch of traits, sorry. We are trying to force traits that will make people get along really well. And it's just for the 2 starting ones. Because the idea about this colony is that... yeah, so none of the other ones will actually... yeah, none of the other ones will actually help the relationship stay. So the idea behind it is that we would have the 2 colonists, and they would ultimately, there we go. We have the 2 colonists here that basically, they're going to have positive traits because we're going to want them to be in... oh, I remember the last thing I wanted to do, because there's one other change I wanted to make. You could set the age range that they would start. Allowed age range to start, we will go down to 18, and we'll go up to 22. It's going to be a very small age range, and the only reason we're doing that is the whole gist of it is we're trying to have it so the colony, well, you'll start with the 2 people, and we'll slowly grow the colony from those 2 people by having kids and all that, and we won't bring outside colonists in until we can no longer have kids, either they age out kind of thing, or one of them dies. Then we'll bring in just enough people to like make it reviable to continue, growing the colony kind of deal. That's at least the plan. It may even be that we just try and go out of our way to get the de-aging stuff and like keep them forever. That like they're the progenitors of humanity. But the whole idea behind this is to raise that. But I wanted to make sure that we force the age because we had problems where we kept getting colonists that were like 70 years old to start with. Like then this is just the starting colonists. This way we know we have people who can have kids where they're not too young, they're not too old. We give them beautiful and kind, just that way they're more likely to pair up. And all that. Going strive to survive commitment mode. And then what we also did is we got rid of a bunch of them. We got rid of the... yeah, it's fine. So we're keeping those. The point here is we're trying to get rid of all like the advanced ones and just go like ridiculous with the tribes. Oh, let's just do Fierce Tribe. The entire reason I'm doing this is the entire idea is we're on like this tribal planet. I'll make one more gentle tribe. That should be good. So I believe we have one more faction than we normally do. So all these green ones, those will be hostile to us. We can befriend them, but it'll take an effort. The yellow ones, I believe, will be neutral to us to start. We can be friends. And then the mechanoid hide and the insect gene line can never be friends. So when we look at them, we just have to put up with it. That way, no matter what, even if we manage to befriend everyone else, we still have enemies to fight. And it's just saying, hey, you got rid of the Empire, you're not going to get as many quests. I don't care. I don't care. But yeah, so that's kind of the gist of what we're thinking about this one, is the idea is it's a slow grow colony. It would be kind of cool to get the de-aging thing and just have the 2 of them, and we keep like de-aging them and just keep growing the colony. That'd be an interesting take. So this will be a bit of a slower start because it's a step over naked brutality in the sense of it's not quite that bad. We are effectively Naked Brutality, just with 2 people instead of 1. We are doing no research, random research, so in that regards, we made it harder. Last time, people really wanted to see me do this on the Alpine Meadows, which I don't think is bad. It's a little bit on the cold side. Now, what was Cloud Forest? More temperatures still grow here. Animals frequently wander around. Slopes of forest below. I do like the idea. I mean, we actually have Alpine Meadow and that, so I'm not picky about these. I don't think I want to do like the cave base, like this style cave base where it's like the tunnels, because the sheer number of insects we'll deal with. There's a rift. That's an interesting rift with the big pocket way back there. But kind of just looking around for any interesting tiles that we are going to need a very No on that one. That's how a colony dies. A little piece of rock in the middle of water with like no reasonable grow space around it. So this will more than likely be a little bit of a dwarf base. No. So we're just gonna peek around here. The only problem with the Alpine Meadows is when we did the other one, it was cold enough that we had a very short grow season. But we've got the geological formations mod going. So I'm not trying to be picky about any one geological formation. But I do want to have something interesting. Yeah, like that's geological formation with the lake. Do like the Alpine Meadows. Maybe. So I know this takes me a minute to try and find something, because we could do Crater, we could do Canyon, we could do Rift. We could do one of these. Honestly, if I find like just an interesting rock formation, I could even go with that. I'm just looking to have a base that's more than just a bunch of random scattered rocks or mountain. So the reason I don't like these ones is when they're an angle, it's hard to build any kind of defense because RimWorld doesn't do diagonal, it does squares. So stuff like diagonal rifts are a real pain. That'd be annoying with all pollution. Let's just hop over here. Start clicking over here instead. I didn't realize there's a big pocket of pollution right there that hurt our growing season even more. Okay, I can be convinced. That one there is a strong candidate right now. That's a cloud forest. What's your grow season? Year-round, so it's a good year-round grow season. Honestly, doesn't even get that hot for a year-round either.
Thank you, Crass, for subscribing for 17 months. It's
Get
that
ready.
time of month again. Rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules, knife, rules, fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules, knife, rules, fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules, knife, rules, fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules, knife, rules, fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules, knife, rules, fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and hype.
It lets it go for so long.
Fine, rules and hype, rules and hype, rules and type rules, knife rules, fine rules and
I think this will be the one.
Type rules and type rules, knife rules, fine rules and type.
Thank you. That was Craze great. It scrolled away. Yeah, thank you, Craze, for the T1 T1 sub. You would sub the channel for 17 months. It's a heckin' long time. I really do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel that long. So thank you again so much for that. Just absolutely blowing away the emotes. Yeah, so I think I'm going to do this one. So this isn't Rift. This is, I think they call this Canyon, which is very like Rift, except for where Rift is like this teeny tiny little tunnel that's a little bit broader. And I think the reason I'm choosing this one is it does have a bit more like water and characteristics to it and all that. So that'll make it a little bit more interesting. It is going to have some defensibility problems just because we have so much mud. But I think they'll be alright. Monthly troll done. Listening while playing Ark? Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the new Ark release update, like their second one or whatever it is. Like I only caught a little bit of it, but you know, it looks like Ark to me. I haven't played enough to catch the difference. But like I said, I've heard good things. Alright, so we're gonna do an ideology that's prolicizer, and that's just because it spreads the ideology. And again, to try to make babies happen, we're going to go free and approved love. And we're also going to never stop harassing people about our ideology. Excellent. Oh, that's interesting. We only have like 6 ideologies because 4 of the different tribes have the same ideology. I haven't seen that before. I'm going to check to make sure none of these will give us a free pawn. Okay, so this one's got to go. So that's the Sky Lantern one. We'll put the drum one back. Okay, Discover Complex. Goodwill nearby. That's fine. I just don't want to accidentally give me free pawns because then I run that thing, do I take a penalty because, you know, we're dealing with that? Alright, so first I do need... That's fine. So we have... Who do we want to keep? So we have Cook and Medic and all that. We'll try and take the Medic. Because I need to have a couple that can get along. So we have a Planter, a Medic, we have a Melee and a Shooter. We don't have a Researcher, we don't have a Constructor or a Miner, but we're just gonna have to live with that because we only got 2 pawns. There's gonna be gaps in our stuff no matter what we do. But Medic is what killed us in the last one. So I think we can live with that. We got a lot of gaps. FYI, squirrels are venerated animal. Yep, I saw. Thank you for making sure I was aware, though. Okay, so we've got 2 22-year-olds. Excellent. Male and female, we got... Oh, you can't social. Alright, hang on. We gotta swap that out. I need something I can work with here. So, plants, construction... We still got... So we got these 3 down here. So still no researcher, no crafter, no animals, no cook, and no mining was gonna hurt. But I can work with that. You are a really good shot. Alright, we can work with that. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do. The only reason we're being, a bit more picky than we normally are is the whole point is they are to become a couple, and we're gonna start, making a whole population from it, which does mean I need 2 pawns who have a good chance of pairing up really easily. So we've got this tile. This is a canyon formation, so we got rocks on both sides of us. I do think I'm gonna put the base down here since this is this cool little outcropping to begin with. We got rich soil over here and here. Like there's lots of rich soil. The big problem I'm gonna run in, actually it's not too bad. I was expecting this to be worse. So I could cut across the wall here for a wall on that side. And then just, I have this whole area, I can put a wall anywhere in there. So we will be able to, give ourselves a defensible position. Oh, yeah, that is some primo rich soil there. So let's go ahead and start this up by going boom. That stuff's in the way, it's fine. You know what, we won't be picky about how it actually lands. We'll just go 7 by 7. Your rice. 7 by 7, your potatoes, and we'll start with that. Go to everyone's assignments. You won't worry about childcare because you're terrible at it. Okay, so you're gonna be our cook because you're both terrible at it, and the person doing the growing, construction, and all of that together is probably not gonna get that done. We're gonna have real problems getting construction done because it's gonna be swapping between growing and construction. That's just kind of early game problems you run into in RimWorld. When you have low colony numbers is everyone kind of has to wear many hats, which means a whole lot of stuff doesn't get done. Okay. So you'll cook, you'll prioritize farming. We'll deprioritize. Well, actually, no. We'll leave that alone. All right, and that's just we're gonna go for right now. And we will need to go orders. It's an even number, so I'm being bothered. There. That's how we fix it. Because it's not balancing out on both sides, and it's annoying me. Alright, so we'll start with that cave back there for a place to live. We've got the plants being planted. I'll go here and go orders, harvest. Everything that's available. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get some people named. So we have our first contestant, Darstrider. Welcome to the colony. And our second contestant is Donkey Duff. Welcome to the colony. Okay, so I've got all that. So one of the early things I do need to make happen is we're going to go production, crafting spot, butcher spot, bills, add. Sorry, clone. Paste that here. We need to go here and say add. Add club. Because we have no weapons to start with, and we need to arm ourselves pretty much as early as we possibly can. We go disallow sowing for just a second so they run around and pop those bushes here. That way we have a little bit of food going for us. Why are you still here? Stop cutting as well. Like, we'll be switching back and forth. Let them run around, grab 2 or 3 things of food. Then, you turn it back on, that kind of thing. They're also pulling heal root, which I don't mind too much. We'll want that too. All right. Let them get those last 2. Okay. Let's go back over here and allow them to take care of those again. Meanwhile, go furniture, do this, here and here. We'll go to your schedule. Recreation. The psychic tree is way over there. That's a terrible position for it. I'm probably going to we'll schedule it to be chopped down. Take the penalty now. Because I want that psychic tree to be somewhere away from like the outer third, outer quarter. That way I can actually pray at it for psychic powers. Do you have mining set higher than construction? Oh, right. You're gonna have to do construction as well. Donkey Duff's never gonna get time for it. Because I need to put this door in place, that way I don't have some jaguar come in the middle of the night and eat my people while they're trying to sleep. It sounds familiar. And they're doing that weird thing where they don't plant stuff, they just cut down all the trees first. Sometimes they do that, sometimes they don't. I don't really know why. And I really don't want to have to go through a menu and be like, plant the potato, plant the potato, plant the potato. They'll figure it out. Okay, so they're actually planting now. Cool. Who is our crafter? Darkstrider? Okay. So you need to prioritize crafting weapons. Because if we have a raid and I've got no weapons, it's not going to go well for me. Are you Adam or Eve? You are Adam. Hey, Proger, how's it going? Okay, and then, let's see. So you're the one who shoots. To get your bow. And there's your club. Alright. Same deal as before. Disallow working on that long enough for them to pull some more berries. Okay. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna get this started as fast as we can. Expect research to be just completely almost ignored and fall way the heck behind. That's just gonna be a necessity with what we're dealing with here. And for the moment, we'll say stockpile there. And dumping stockpile here. And we'll make this one critical clear. The human stockpile over there actually could be a bit smaller. We'll go down here, same deal, critical clear. Allow fresh, no. Corpses, yes. Alright. So that's just where we dump the bodies. We can go here, say clear home zone. I don't want that to be the home zone. That can be. Really need you to get more berries, please. So the tree gets all mad. And we did that way the tree would respawn someplace other than right on the edge of the map, because I do want them to use that for recreation of meditation for a little bit. I also want them to use that for potentially gaining psychic powers. Both of which means I don't want them going out to the very edge of the map where a raid will show up and just murder them when they're by themselves dealing with it. Could you not botch 3 constructions in a row, please? Okay. Yeah, so I've got a panther and a cougar on the map. They're my big dangers. The cougar's pretty close. We're just gonna have to try and lay low and avoid them for right now. Because this early, a panther or a cougar could legitimately just destroy us. Temperature outside... cool, but alright. Alright. But the first step to, like, our long-term survival, I mean, there's 2 kind of big ones. There's getting some kind of weapons when a raid shows up, we actually stand a chance. We've got that done, and the next one is just getting our first set of crops up. Till we get that, like, the risk of having one enemy show up, get lucky and down one of your pawns, and then injure the other one enough that they can't bandage up in time, is actually pretty decent. Okay, so you're minor break risk because you're very hungry, but you can solve that problem yourself. already back and on the other side of the map. So it did automatically like respawn seconds later, but it's the same problem. It's in that outer third of the map. And it's just a very dangerous place for it to be. Because if I start meditating at this, we have a raid show up, it means the raid shows up in range of whoever's meditating. And there's only like so much of a radius you can put around it, so it's just too dangerous to use that far out. I really wish the both of you would go away. You're too close. Visitor. Okay, they don't have anything to trade. Frog Zomboid later. A new run, or are you going for the high kill challenge? I think I'll probably just hop back into the high kill challenge. Because I don't know what I'd do for a new run, to be honest. Like, that's half the problem I ran into Project Zomboid, is I've kind of done all the things to do that I want to do. Like, people will often recommend, like, super duper heavily modded runs that I just don't really have interest in. So that's just kind of been a thing. Alright, we let you run around and do the berries. But, so that's just kind of been a thing for a while, that I could just start over a new run that's kind of the same thing I'm already doing. But, like, part of me wants to at least get the spears to 10, that way I have, like, every single weapon category maxed out, just to kind of say I did it. Because outside of, like, changing the XP gain to be really, really high, I don't know people who have done that. I think Lamprey, I don't even know if Lamprey actually finished. I know he was well on his way. And I know, like, I suspect he will get it. I just haven't checked up to see where it's at. Ancient mech, we don't care about that. Times pot spawn Louisville, set the zombies as close to blind and deaf as possible. Cannot loot corpses, only buildings. We've talked about that kind of thing. In practice, when I messed with that, it ended up being just not interesting to me. Like, the issue with that is you end up having to forage for weapons, because without being able to loot the zombies, there's just not enough weapons in the game. Not unless you go for specific places. Well, this isn't a good start. Hopefully you actually drop the iguana, because Darkstriders are a melee person. We might still be able to use them as a human shield. I say as Donkey Duff might just arrive late because Darkstrider's having a mood break. Please defend yourself, Strider. Got lucky that you one-tapped that thing down. So finish that off as fast as you can, just so it can't get back up. And deal with that as quick as possible. Because Darkstrider got down by a bad neck hit, it looks like. That's gonna give you play stuff, but zombies hiding around every corner. Gold clearing the mall with that setup. Well, if you're talking 16 times pop clearing the mall, that is a really big grind. That is going to be a lot of streams. Because those high density of population, you can't really just start and hold your ground there. Just because of the nature of how it ends up working. The fact that, like, the zombies can hear through walls, they can hear through floors. Sneaking doesn't reduce the radius of the sound being heard, it just reduces the chance per step. It's kind of one of those things that's really not good. That's what you do, blind and deaf as possible? Yeah. I don't actually remember how much of a difference that makes. I know we tested that. Like, I know we actually, not the mall part, but I know we did a run where we tried that was very, very similar. And it would end up being kind of one of those things that we played it for a while. It's like this, you know, it's those things that just ends up being 16 times pop once you get to the, like, later part. But the blind and deaf is possible with the zombies? I don't know. That one doesn't call out to me. But there's a lot of those kind of things that, when we've messed with it, it sounds good on paper, then you actually play the game, and either A, it just turns into 16 times pop, or B, it's just... it ends up not being fun within itself kind of thing. So grab your club. Which is it? Go on. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? But yeah, no, I don't think, like, I don't want to start anything that's like a major kind of run of any kind either, that I'm not already in. Because we're basically waiting for build 42, and when build 42 drops, I'm going to want to start a new save file anyways. And I don't intend to play Project Zomboid on a significant level until build 42 drops. Because I've already played an absolutely absurd amount, and I don't want to burn out on it again. But that's the reason if I did a random run, it'd be something like goofing off with some cursed CDDA, like those shorter runs. That if you survive like a couple in-game months, that's considered a victory. That the run has effectively been completed, kind of thing. Cursed CDDA and LV is fun. Yeah, we did that. It was alright. That one felt like it was RNG was the entire run. Like, your starting point was, like, literally everything in that run. Because you got one of those big buildings that was, like, a big kind of apartment building. You could actually manage to snag a whole lot of stuff. Can you still play Venus in Build 42? I won't. Even if I can. I'll start a new run for that. Because there's going to be changes to the map and everything. So I could, but I'd be playing on the old map, because once the map's generated, like you've moved into it where it's activated, it won't change when build 42 drops. It's already set in stone. Yeah, but you had to escape the building, then out of LAV. Like you said, doing it made 5% of the damage at the end. You said you were doing maybe 5% of the damage at the end? I'm sorry, I'm missing something with that. Alright, so we need a faction name, and we need our colony name. So the colony, we're technically in a canyon as the geographic formation of the map. Exhausted plus tired. Oh no, I didn't run into that much of a problem with LV. No, I got a LV pretty much okay. Placeholder name. I've done it. I think you slept for a day in a chair when you got to the fort. Oh yeah, that was a different run. That was that our no loot run? Adam and Evil, but we're not being evil. That's false advertising. We're good beans. We're beautiful and kind. But yeah. No, we've done a bunch that we did, like, literally there's no loot in the world run 16 times pop. If it's my character, it's always evil. Yeah, but beautiful and kind. Oh, just literally name the faction Beautiful and Kind. I mean, that's something. I'm brain farting in how you spell beautiful. Can't click on you to look. That's definitely not right, though. Is that right? Am I just overthinking it? Disciples of Venus? I don't know how you spell beautiful. Okay, so I was spelling it right. I was just overthinking. I was like, what? We still need the name of the local area, though. Yeah, I mean, Disciples of Venus has nothing to do with the colony itself. It is one of those things I am actually trying to keep stuff very... Whaling Cavern killed Gulch. Yep. Like the last one he made a play on the Garden of Eden kind of thing. It's random call, for example. No, I gotcha. The Forbidden Fruit Farm. English is not your native language. You know how to pronounce, but you don't know how to spell it. That's fair. English is my native language, not second guessing it. I shouldn't have put this in my mouth. One moment. Sorry about that. I was like, I'll just get a Starburst. I'm like, that's going to be horrible mic noises. Let's see. The Forbidden Fruit Farm. So far, that I think is the best we've got. Rual's Daycare Servers? Who's Rual? The Garden of Kibble. I keep kneeing my desk and it's bouncing the camera. Because I'm not posturing right, which I've just corrected before someone does the redeem. Probably wasn't a terrible yellow Starburst. I don't mind the yellow. They're not my favorite. I wouldn't say I hate them or anything. But yeah, I would say of... Randy's Travel Company. We're playing Cassandra. Eve N for all. Ain't you glad you're here? New Hope City? Maybe New Hope Gardens? Sure, that's what we're doing. Because otherwise I'll send that screen for her. We're gonna go with New Hope Gardens, because it's not really a city. RimWorld doesn't really let you city. And besides, Darkstrider might get an infection here and the run will already be over before it started. What storyteller do you prefer, Randy? Third remember name? So, me just playing on my own, a lot of times I will do Randy. But for streaming, and especially lately, I found Randy likes to take naps. And then when Randy decides he's going to actually kill you, he kills you by just, like, sabotaging your food supply and not actually fighting you yourself. And so that's kind of annoying. But, I've come to really enjoy for streaming Cassandra, because at least she consistently does stuff. So I'm not sitting here trying to carry when she's napping. I'll also say Cassandra is consistently challenging, while I would definitely say she's harder than Randy most of the time. Randy just goes from sometimes not really doing much of anything to then, like, the next time just going absolutely over the top. Which is his whole gimmick. He's random. But it does make it difficult sometimes to have a reasonable experience. But Randy doesn't like fighting directly when you can defend yourself. Randy has a chance to outside of wealth scale. Has a chance to outside of wealth scale. I mean, Randy does scale based of wealth. I'm not... Raid scale? Oh, yeah. Well, I thought both... I'm pretty sure both Randy and Cassandra scale the raids based on your colony wealth. You can set your settings to be... I think it was... You could set it to be based on time as opposed to, colony wealth? Oh, yeah. No, Randy can go outside of that scale. Right. So, like, Randy can be interesting, but it's Randy as well as ones that... For having a long-term colony... Like, it can be one of those things that you just get absolutely obliterated because Randy just does not let up, does not relent. Or well under, yeah. But, like, for streaming it, I found Cassandra at least is consistently interesting versus Randy. We had a colony on stream that Randy just did, like, literally nothing for, like, 3-4 in-game years. Just kind of sat on his hands like, nah, I don't feel like it. Alright, let's back up more so they can actually meet up. Chase me. Please actually land those hits. Oh my goodness. Please, please don't die just because. Well, that'll be an end of the colony. The one downside of low pawn runs. Okay, so new run. Normally, if you're doing like naked brutality, you need to set up traps. But that's why we save our settings. Okay, and we'll do like last time. We'll add one gentle and a bunch more fierce. Oh, make those fierce. Alright. But that's just something, like, when you're doing naked brutality kind of stuff, that's the things you run into. Is that early game when you have just 1 or 2 people? Was it a tough brawler? No, it wasn't. We just didn't have a particularly strong combat pawns, and he attacked melee while it was raining really bad. So if you noticed, our archer didn't land a single attack despite being at some like 8 or 12 shooting. So it's just realistically, like I said, if I was like doing some type of competition, then I needed to win. One of the first things you do is you build like 4 or 5 traps, because then what you can do is you can kite the enemy into those traps to make it way safer. Alright, let's see if we can't find... There's a rift. There's another rift. I don't really kind of want... Like, the downside is I don't like them when they're at diagonal, because it's just RimWorld being squared off is hard to do much with that. Like, that's just the nature of everything's a square. Looking for an interesting topography that I actually want. It has to be very defensible, because we're starting with 2 pawns with, like, no equipment. That's right, we didn't have, like, particularly... Okay, I mean, that's a lot of caves. It's gonna be a lot of insects in there. I liked the straight back and forth, but that many caves. Alright, where's some... So I'm willing to try either Alpine Meadows or the Cloud one, because those are new topographies from the mod. And I want one with an interesting geologic formation. Mega spiders are instant death in early on. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually what you have to do is you have to slap a wall over them as fast as you can, so that they stay in their corner. Or, like, stay far away from. I wonder if I could find, like, one of those of the river that runs right through the middle of a canyon or something that actually would be defensible. Come on. There's a lot of pollution there, so let's not go that way. I did see that other rift. Nah. Like, all those caves end up being a problem. Insects, you believe me, outside perimeter defenses. Well, yeah, if you can get the wall up and you have a bunch of stuff, the only downside is they won't, like, repopulate themselves well or whatever. Not like when you have an actual infestation. An actual infestation, those get kind of scary. Like, you can, like, they keep populating more and more until they become a problem. So reasons why you can't really ignore an infestation on most maps. Come on, give me an interesting one. Like, I know I could choose the, show me the nearest land for whatever, but it chooses any biome. And I kind of like the idea of doing one of these mod biomes. Because they're kind of interesting. Like, they have, like, they're just kind of milder temperatures around the board, more animals, sometimes, like, more marshy, or you have, like, the Badlands, which is just... Okay. It's a weird diagonal, but I'm the game. Alright, so create fluid, do this, do that. They're already set to frequent. We need to send them to free love so they have kids more aggressively. Gives you a complex. Do not do this one, because it'll give us a free pawn, and I don't want a free pawn. So we have a drum party. Make a Sky Lantern one. Also discovers an ancient complex. Cool. That'll work. Next. Alright, so we have... I need to... Okay, so we have you're good at melee, plants, animals, and research. You will not... Oh, no caring at all is a deal breaker. No violence at all is a deal breaker. I need you to be something I can actually work with. I got 2 pawns. I can't have giant gaps in my skill set. 0 medical between the two of them is not going to fly. They're also both men. You start with a baby. Plant cooking melee. Okay. So we wouldn't have medical, which means disease is a very, very real threat that could, like, if we get plagued, just someone dies. Which has absolutely killed us before. I think we say no. I don't want to say no, but I think we say no on that one. Because, that's how the last one went, is we just didn't have anyone who could, medical at all. Come on, there we go. Still no medical. Tough, brawler, beautiful. Wait. You're supposed to be guaranteed to have kind and beautiful. Come on, female with medical. Yes, you have mining construction. That's weird, because it's set to be 100% chance. Stop. Medical Can't social, can't half the things. Still no medical, but you can also do construction, mining, plants, and animals. Why do we not believe in medical in this whole thing? That one had medical, but they, Come on. What are you trying to tell me, RimWorld? Okay. So we do have a scar on our arm, which is a bummer to begin with, and no combat skill. But we have medical, we have social, we have intellectual. They can't really do a whole lot of the other stuff. This person can do everything but plants. So, sibling? Of course they are. We finally get one workable, and they're like siblings. It's like, come on. Okay. We've got medical, we've got plants, we've got animals, we've got melee. You're ranged. You've got fast walker. We can't do no social because they won't take care of the kids. No violent, no social. RimWorld. Why you gotta be so toxic, man? Incapable of caring, incapable of violence. Incapable of social. Okay, what do we got here? Still no medical. They could do research, but we still have 0 medical between both of them. Like, that's the problem I'm running into, is I need medical of some kind. Otherwise, the very first plague we get, it's over. Because that's exactly what happened to the last one. Incapable of social. Like, I'm not asking for a whole bunch of just positives. Okay. I can work with this. This is fine. We've got medical, we've got crafting, we've got cooking. Honestly, that's actually pretty well complementing. So we have a complete lack of planting and research. I can work with that. That is a doable thing. It's a little annoying you're trigger happy and melee, but I guess that just means it's a trait that doesn't do anything, because you're going to be melee and you're going to be the ranged person. Okay. So we go again. I didn't check to see if they were related. I don't think they were. Okay. So just double checking. They're acquaintance. And the only reason they don't like each other at the moment is because they're both not wearing all their clothes. Alright. So, that is actually a really well-positioned tree. Because I can grow stuff around that that's rich soil all around it. So, I think the plan will be... I'm going to tuck the base in this wall over here. Which is a little bit towards the front, but that's okay. I've got ideas. So that'll be where we're making our home. Turn on the rich soil. And for right now, we'll just do this. Later on, I'll probably have to move that all around when we figure out what we're doing so far as our base. So there's potatoes and rice. We only got a little patch here that I can't build on, so I could potentially put my... Long term, I'll probably put my kill box right here. We'll see. I mean, it'll probably be more realistically like right there, because it has to be by the edge. We'll figure it out. I can just make it a maze kill box or something like that. We'll make that work. Alright, so switching to these priorities. So both of them have an interest in cooking. As much as I don't want a terrible doctor, right now, they're both gonna do it. Okay, so handling. Alright, so your construction and mining. Right, so we have this issue again where... That's fine. What we'll do is you will grow stuff. Actually, take that back. You both suck at growing stuff. You'll learn it. You'll figure it out. So you're growing stuff right now. Then you'll craft and research. You'll do that. You will also be our cook. Okay. I think that's our base priorities. Alright, so let's start getting stuff going. You need a crafting spot there. Butchering spot there. Bills, add bill, butcher creature, do forever. Go here, bills. Paste that in there. Add bow, add club. And we can go here while they move around. Go draw for the first one. So, Moon Witch, welcome to the colony. And draw. Conrad, welcome to the colony. We'll add a door here. I don't have materials yet. We'll get there. Okay. So Moon's just going to start trying to get ourselves any type of actual base. Who is going to be our construction person? That'll be Conrad. So we're going to really struggle here at the beginning for any type of food. In fact, we're going to let them cut down that tree. We're going to pick a bunch of berries. We're probably going to have Moon Witch step in and do some hunting here and there, because Conrad has literally 0 plants. So we're gonna have real struggles at the beginning here for any type of food production. Alright, so there's your sleeping spots for right now. That tree is taking you so long to cut down. Yes, I'm terrible at houseplants. I'd buy the plastic ones this kind of right. I mean, it shows. I also don't like that we have the lynx and the panther looming ominously directly nearby you. First one botched. Come on, buddy. Hey, you actually got some food. I mean, how fast do you chop down tree while being naked? This is fair, that they're like chopping down an oak tree by hand. And I don't mean by hand like using a hand axe, I mean literally by hand. Like picking up some piece of rock and just scratching at it till it falls down. The Minecraft way. Yup. Let's go down here and say dumping stockpile zone there. And regular for there right now. Yeah, trying to focus on letting you get a couple of berries ahead. That's right, you'll get there. Okay, and after that, go back to working on the fields. Hey, Vitez, how's it going? Alright, so I'll need a little bit more wood before I can make the bow and all that. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? Yeah, let's see what we can make happen with this colony. All good stuff here. Meanwhile, let's go. So you've already eaten. And you ran down there to eat. So we're good for now. What's gonna happen is as we start running out of smaller animals for the lynx and that to eat, is it get more and more dangerous because we will become the small animals that they will want to eat. Alright. So schedule. We can go to... Who's our crafter? Of course you are. So don't allow sowing. I'm gonna need you to go back to picking some berries. Just keep focusing on that. I'll just let Moonwitch run back and forth, deal with the hauling for a minute. And then we'll get them working on the next room or whatever. Because I need that wood to be made into a bow and either a club or a knife or whatever. Now, so I'm gonna get a couple instances of food ready real fast. As soon as you eat. You know, for this person being 21, that is a heck of a beard. Like, that is a full-on, like, white open beard. And, you know, early balding. It's tough sometimes. Okay, so who is the ranged one? Moon Witches. Let's shift you over. Your friend got a beard at 13. Yeah, there's some people who get like their beards that early, but that is quite the majestic beard for that age. All right, so we've got some weapons made. So at least we can defend ourselves a little bit. Which means the next order of business is to get an actual butcher's table put together, and an actual fueled stove, and then a research table. Which is going to require me to mine a little bit of steel, so we'll go ahead and put that on the roster. Okay. We're making horrendously bad progress in getting our farm set up. Okay, so now we've got our stove. We'll just go yes to all that. Okay, let's see. You could easily do a wall on the either side. You get a little bit ahead of things. Yeah, once I've got my food situated, yeah, I'm gonna want to build a wall up here. We'll still have these dangerous animals to deal with, but that's just how it is. Like, if we get a caravan or something that rolls through. A colonist is idle. So let's see. Who has the best social? Ah, you're both terrible at social. Okay. So we'll trade with you. And now I need to take you off of that so you can go harvest more. Okay, well, I'd love to buy any of these things, but you don't want anything I own, so I can't. So I just won't worry about that. So you're idle. If you're idle, what we're going to do is we're going to put you on plant cut as a fallback. That way you just start chopping trees and all that stuff to help out. Oh, you also go harvest bushes. You know what? That's fine with me. In fact, let's go here. Because I can leave that up. And then if you don't have other things you need to be working on, you'll do that. Gonna put 4 on that one for research. So you'll try and get some of that done as well. "58% chance," that's more than 50, so come on. Unsuccessful. Alright, we'll just wait a little bit longer. We'll get there. I'm not picky. I'll take some other animals' kill. Starting to get our last few things down. Alright, quick change. Cancel harvesting those. Just the berries. Mad squirrel, like right next to Moon Witch. That's not what we want. So we'll try and run them to meet each other up, because there is rainy fog. So Moonwitch's accuracy is going to be really bad because rainy fog. Come on. Okay. So you got a little nibble. Otherwise you're doing fine. Okay, the other thing I could do, so I'm trying to avoid turning to hunting yet, and the only reason I'm delaying that is once I start hunting, I'm basically speeding up the risk before the lynx and the panther are probably going to hunt me. So you got a bunch of boomalope they won't mess with, they also won't mess with the elephants. The boars they'll mess with, but right now the boars are far away, so we'll see what happens with that. And honestly, let's go to their schedule. Actually, let's change that. So you do this, you do that, and recreation. Wait, why would I do that? Don't do that. I want them to be in the same place at the same time so they talk a lot. Basically, I want them to start meditating for their recreation to fill their recreation need, as well as slowly give us psychic powers. Hey, we're up the plants too. Little by little, it's coming together. Very, very little by little, it's coming together. Unsuccessful. They both had a 60% chance and did not succeed. It's fine, we'll get there. That's right, we're not particularly well suited to be dealing with kiddos yet. But we do want to get that going early game as much as we can. Getting really worried about Moonwitch being down there with those animals slowly getting hungrier and hungrier. But that's what's carrying our food supply until we're able to get our first couple of harvests. Alright, so we're now into the whole thing. So I'm going to go with Crater of Eden for the name, just to keep things moving. And the faction name is always a tricky one. I have no idea. Crater of Eden? I don't know. The Edenites? Just trying to not spend like half an hour on naming things again. That's fine. We're Crater of Eden, and we're the Edenites. They spent a whole lot of time on that earlier. They're still at about 50%, so we're usually around 30 that they'll start hunting, and they gotta start really worrying. Be food? It's technically food, kind of a malicious compliance kind of thing, because we'll get all moody because raw fungus is something that most of the people won't like, but it is edible. Humble Beginnings. It's not a bad name. You made the baby food. Here, let's temporarily take the baby food off the list. That way we don't make baby food, which is nutritionally kind of garbage. Okay. And we are getting ready for our next field. Which we can't plant yet, but that's fine. So we're gonna focus on the food. I will need medicine as well, but that's what we're working on right now. We are starting to get some wood and all that. And I think we're starting to get an okay amount of other stuff. So what I'm gonna do for right now is just gonna go like right like this. We're gonna go door, door. Because if I seal that off, then the only dangers I've got to deal with are these two. Which you might get lucky and convince them to fight each other. And then mop up. Who's our construction? Okay, so Moonwitch does the construction. Right, but you prioritize cooking over construction. Fair enough. So we've got our first raid. Person with club. And we're still dealing with fog, because of course we are. So you move at full speed, so do we, so there's no kiting you. Come on, Moon. Hit him. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Okay. Alright, do this. Beers. 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 Generate the world. Like, it went, like, it was only 3 hits, it just crushed their torso. And it wasn't like one of them was wimp or whatever. Just bad luck the way it works. Like I said, if I probably should be building traps at the beginning and actually treating it like a proper naked brutality. I don't like doing that. But I'm spending so long on this gaming. There's actually a thing that happens when you're out of practice, so you go do naked brutality as well. Alright, that's not cloud, that's swamp, that's swamp. Oh, there we go. That's swamp over there. Got a tiny little speckling of alpine meadows. Tiny little speckling of the cloud areas. Try further down. It's temperate, tropical. There we go. That's a good, nice large area. Okay, so let's try and quickly find any interesting map down here we can. Like crater, canyon, rift would even be fine. A rift that's not a steep angle where I can't really build defenses. That's a maybe. You know what? Good enough for me. Yeah, we'll do that. It's a bit of a weird angle, but that's fine. We've got most of the year is growable. We have one part of the year won't be ideological, politicizer, frequent, and free love, so we can actually have the kids happening. So I need you to have at least some kind of skills. Alright, so we got medical, cooking, mining, plants. They're terrible at fighting, but are capable of fighting. So that's a strong possibility. Can't do... Alright, and that was male. We can't do no social, no caring, or no violence. So you have animals and shooting, but no real passions in anything else. Honestly, it's not the worst. Jogger is really nice. And it means you both have decent medical. We do have plants. I think I can live with that. I think that'll be okay. No, they're both male. What am I doing? Oh, that works out really well, already being married. So our shooting be literally nothing. We have no shooting skills, so our combat will be really awful. Everything else will be well represented with the exception of construction and research. I can absolutely... Did we hit a wall? We basically got hit, like, just attacked and downed. Or no, I'm sorry, the last one they just straight up killed us. They one-shot us. Yeah, honestly, that's doable. So you'll be our cook. You'll also do construction. You'll be our plant person who does mining, which is a real weird combination. But yeah, no, they're already married and everything, so that works out even easier. Cool. So we go again. Okay, do we have a bunch of insects here in the caves? I'm not seeing any hives over there. Okay, so good news is, so we do have a hive up here. I think that's alright, though. We got geothermal right there as well, so I think we just literally drill into the side, and I'm not going to worry about going out of my way. There's not a whole lot of rich soil on this one. We're going to go here and go grow zone. So, rice. Grow zone. Potatoes. Work. Set up the schedules. Alright, so you're going to be growing the plants. I need you to do that. You're going to take over doing construction. You'll have mining. I'm going to put mining on your schedule as well. So yeah, so you'll cook and you'll mine and do that. We'll worry about crafting and all that nonsense later. Actually, lower mine... No, we'll leave mining neutral on you, which means we won't be getting our hauling and that done in any meaningful amount. I'll put cooking as an option for you. So if we look at our characters, so you'll be our melee character and the other one will be our ranged, even though they're both terrible at both. So we'll go here, orders. We'll have our construction room there. So this one we actually have some level of plant skill, so it won't be nearly as bad for trying to get even the basics up. Who was our construction person? What priority was it? Okay, yeah. And we'll have our next drawing for Ben Lee. Welcome to the colony. And our next drawing. Butte, welcome to the colony. We're just churning through people today. That's all. Oh, I didn't check. Okay, so we cannot do the Sky Lantern thing. Well, when we reform our ideology, I'll get rid of it. Because it has a chance of just giving me a free colonist. It's also a bummer because that last one, the tree was in a really good placement. I mean, this one's not terrible. But the tree was in a good placement right from the beginning. So it made it so I could just have them worship the tree. It's also kind of annoying having that right there, but that'll be alright. What happened? The last fight, or the last one when we had a fight, we just had someone get instantly downed. Or not downed, instantly killed. Like their torso got shattered after about 2-3 hits. So they died right at the beginning. Where is some berry bushes? Because I need you to deal with that. Here, I'll do it this way. Let's actually not do it from that side. Because reasons. I'll let you plant that real fast. Then you run out and grab some food. So I have a second hive over there as well. So one of the good news is we have raids show up here. There's a good chance they'll actually engage those for me. Yeah, probably want to wall off around here later, because enemies will be able to come through either the cave side or that side. So I need to wall off out there. Same with this one. Please tell me that's far enough back. Yeah, so I want to wall off here. We'll probably have to wall off back here somewhere. The same deal, I can get in from both those angles. And then this side's fine. Did you run out of bushes to pull berries from? Can't have already finished that, right? Oh, there was really not much. Alright, so we're definitely going to have to hunt and all that. Which we're behind the, where we should be at this anyways. We'll add you. Get that going. Butcher spot. Do forever. And you are the one who can craft, so I need to be making those weapons right away. We will also need a small amount of steel. Okay, so you are going to take the short bow. You'll take the club. Alright, so we're gonna have to actually hunt some stuff. Tantrum. Cool. Immediately broke the door. What are you chasing down? Don't. Get out of there, please. Ate raw food once. Immediately ran into a hive to try and get themselves killed. We will... Oh, it's a glow pod. Okay. I was like, gonna immediately set that to not be accessible again. Alright, back to what I was going to do. There is not much to hunt on this map. That is deeply concerning. Yeah, there is really not much to go after the map. We'll probably have to hunt some stuff, but I'm trying really hard to not get myself in even more trouble. Zones. Oh, that's the stockpile over there, and this one over here. I was not wanting those to combine. Okay. So that'll give us some materials. Well, at least we're getting our shooting up a little. Please don't run around near that hive. Have you even hit the goat? Okay, you have actually hit the goat twice. I was about to say, like, this is really kind of sad. But you're at 1 shooting now. Strawberries. Corn. And we just need to get that until the rice comes up. So, unfortunately, we've got a ways to go. And food is in a bad way. Because that is one of the negatives about the Rift map. There is just not a lot of room for stuff to grow. Okay, we also need to go recreation. Tuck that there. Tuck you here for a moment. We will go to production. We will put... I can't yet. We have to move the stone. Please stop botching the harvests. I don't really have other things for you to go after when you do that. Imagine Chilla. Alright, so I'm going to reset this to being able to be harvested. So unfortunately we're at Foggy Rain again, so it's going to be basically Bentley holding this down. Nicely done, Bentley. Did it without even taking a hit. Just went squash. No chinchilla. Alright, so the grow rate is not great here as well because of perpetual fog and rain and all that. I think that's a big part of this tile is it has a lot more frequency of fog and whatnot. So I believe the insects will mostly leave us alone as long as we don't get too close to them. That's right. It also feels like a map that going tunneler would be a really good one so you can get the mushrooms. But we'll see how that goes. What are the odds of someone wandering into the insect zone? They're not bad. My big fear is that someone has a break and then goes to steal the insect jelly. Because while they're set normally, they won't go after the insect jelly because it's restricted. But if they have a break, they can do it. But securing them on zones won't help anything with that, unfortunately. Because when you're in a break, you ignore your zoning. The insects could leave the zone in time. We definitely want to try and seal off these areas. I think securing the edges of the map is the first move. So you know I want that to be farther up. We're not going to be able to use geothermal for a while. I think we do this. Okay, we got to come up the with the names of things. To have like the Rift of Eden. That doesn't work nearly as well. Or bugs. You didn't say there would be spiders. Yeah. One more try. Could be the faction. Amy likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with Amy. For the Doki Doki Literature Club nod. I am blanking real hard. Last Hope? Sure. Last Hope works. Alright, and we'll put a door here. That's okay for right now. We got a nice little outcropping here, so we'll do this. Put a door there. And for this, I can slap a door right here. We can shrink this zone. You can slap a door there and there. Okay, so I'll lock those spiders back in their little box. We'll have this wall to keep those spiders on the outside over there. And then the same deal as we have the spiders and all that down here. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and make good choice and say expand our allowed area. I'm gonna go this area back here. Will be off limits. Were there spiders down here? So there's no spiders down in this side, so I don't need to worry about that. So that's off limits. And then all of this is off limits. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go to, where was that? Schedule? Yeah, manage areas, invert, close, area 1. So basically what I said is, you're not allowed to go there, and you're not allowed to go down here. Ancient mech, don't care. So if they go to hunt something and that thing runs back to where the spiders are, it just means they'll bail on it. Okay, and who was the one hunting? Butte was. Alright. It's also because there's not too many dangerous animals right now. So if we can wall that off, we can keep the panther or the cougar out of here. We can wall that out, we can keep the panther out of here. And then that could be their problem. And then the cobra is something we can probably deal with easy enough on our own. Let's hope they make a friend with some spiders. Don't do that. That's bad. Okay. All right. How about you not worry about this for a minute? That is a later you concern, all right? Okay, so you have no real penalties. If I click claim on that, okay, I can't. That's what I was hoping. Good job, man. You're doing good. Excellent work. Did you even injure one of them? You mildly cut one of them. Good job. Nice hustle. Please get the goat. We're getting hungry. I don't care about the herbal medicine rotting. Alright, we're getting real close to getting our rice up. Once our rice gets up, then life will get a lot easier for us, because we'll have some food of our own kind of thing. Oh, it rotted. Fresh. Good enough for me. It's still technically food. All of the animals are scattering up there. Ooh, here we go. I'll take panther leftovers any day of the week. I'm really hoping that panther just stays up there and gets just wrecked by them. Say no to that door. Oh, never mind. Say no to that door. Yeah, it's inside the range, so the tree won't even work right now. That's okay, though. Cool. So I'm down to you. Wildlife. So if I attack the cobra, there's a really good chance it'll fight back. Cobras aren't super dangerous, but that's alright. Alright, so we're not doing too bad. We've got a couple of the spots in the rice area are like 90+%. So those are right about to finish. We still don't have room for putting down my production benches and all that without having all sorts of weirdness because of these rocks in here. They should haul those away pretty soon. I'm thankful we haven't gotten a lot of food poisoning considering we've been eating raw meat, so, you know, that's small blessings and whatnot. Because it's certainly plenty dangerous to just be scooping up a bunch of raw meat and eating it, hoping for the best. Yeah, what'll probably happen is they'll stay, like, both the insects will end up staying until we have a significant enough raid for them to get attacked and killed. There we go. Get our first round of rice in. Oak is impacted by wall and door. Does it tell me what it's down to? Not really. Okay. Meanwhile, let's take those two small beds we put together. Because it just struck me that, you know, we could be proceeding to make baby happen now. Because our food should stabilize. Are you already rotting? Yeah, you're rotting. Cancel that. Alright, so I think we're down to the cobra starving. I don't know if the cobra will attack adults. Because some animals won't, even predators. Like some of the things like the little foxes on it. Hey, baby is on the way. Slept together once. Baby. Something nature finds a way. So furniture. Let's put a crib in there to make sure we have a crib. Actually, haul that piece because we've been waiting to actually make our stove for a while. It's only not been happening because there's that one chunk of rock in the way. A war merchant has shown up. Heck yeah. I don't really have anything I can trade with you, but I'm glad you're here. Alright, so I could give you my war mask for 17. Where are you going? Oh, we still have a bunch of stuff set to hunt. Yeah, don't worry about hunting those right now. Now, what I could go for is if they path this way and engage the nest, they will slaughter that nest. And then that's one thing I gotta worry about. Alright, we still need to mine some steel. Where is some steel that is not going to expose me to significant harm? Hey, Wickhammer, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? I saw you were playing some RimWorld yourself. I think you're doing a ship to the stars run, if I remember correctly. But if I can get a shout out for Wickhammer. Actually, it says you've been playing RimWorld as, like, the big thing lately. Hey, Groot's Twig, good seeing you. But yeah, so how was your stream and all that good stuff? Did the colony make it? Were things good? I don't know why you're dead, but I can work with that. I like free stuff. But, welcome in, Raiders. We're just starting. It's definitely the first colony we've started today, and not like the 5th. There's certainly not been more than that. I don't know why you would claim otherwise. What? How did you die? Oh, you just got in a fist fight with one of your comrades and they killed each other. Yeah, ship to stars. Knack died though. Yeah, so we've been trying an Adam and Eve kind of challenge thing. So we've got a couple, and we're still trying to like slowly grow up a colony. But we've had some non-starters where we just start getting things off the ground and then get knocked down before we can really establish a whole lot. Because the unfortunate reality is with this style of run, because I'm just simply lacking people, no matter what you do, something's not getting done. So, like, research is, like, badly lacking. Oh, please engage. Yes! The nest is destroyed. That's exactly what I was hoping I'd go. Technically now, I can tame these. They're just wild animals now that there's no nest they're attached to. I'm not going to do that, though, because the risk is really high that they maul and murder thing. Remember to be friends with the factions that Thunderdome's their own members while trading? Yeah. Or don't be friends with them. I mean, it really is kind of a 50-50 on that one. You either need to very much keep your distance or very much make sure you take care of it. Finish that spider ant. Or Spieldo or whatever. We'll not allow that. They'll eat it themselves. I don't want them to be out there. Disallow going through that door again. Yeah, so right now, we just started this map. This is a formation called a rift, so it's a very narrow passage through here. We do have a bunch of insects, like, packed away. Like, we've got a hive down here that's active. We've got another, hive. There was a hive up here, but we had a caravan just wipe it out. We do have the mega spiders from that hive are still wandering around, but I'm just gonna leave them alone. Hey, Juice, how's it going? That's it. You're talking about the Caldera starts that you had at levels. Wick would be great at that. Yeah. There's a whole lot of fun tiles. That's it's something like geological formations or whatever. If you do the ! mods, it should give you the list. But there's a lot of really, really fun layouts you can get into. But this is one of them. This is Rift, so it's just a super narrow passage. We just happen to get a rift with lots of caves. But as you can see, I walled off the insects to keep them inside there. We put a wall over here on this one to keep those insects out. And then I also just put a wall down here. Just so at least when something attacks, I get a moment to deal with it. But we are in the early game. You can see I've got just a couple fields going up. We're struggling a bit on our food. But we're getting there. We do have a baby on the way. That's just the way it rolls. As I mentioned before, don't expect any research to meaningfully get done until we start getting more people involved. Alright, so we have them both set to mine. Let's deprioritize mining on you. No, that's right. I have you mining because you're growing and we won't have the capacity to have you do both. That's fine. I'm going to mine those 2 blocks of steel, and then you're going to go about doing your stuff. And that'll be fine. Oh, right. One of them has steel spear. Talk about upgrades. I wonder what you could make happen with the meteorites if you could actually have it just like wall off places. Oh, that'd be so rough. Yeah, we'll be very short on people for a long time. Okay, so we've got you built, so let's paste in our recipes. We also have the no research random research mods, so you'll notice even though I'm tribal, I don't have tree sowing or passive cooler or any of that. That's what the no research mod does. And then the random research mod goes, I want complex furniture. Oh, I don't have a research button. Aw. Aw. Actually, Dick Butte, which I want to say is related to a mountain, an actual thing. But yes. Let's see, the first kid will be the worst for sure. At least the later kids will take care of each other. Honestly, the first kid, like, yeah, they're going to be cared. Like, the big issue is definitely going to be right at the beginning. Once the kid's born, the poor mom is going to be barely able to do anything else. No fear, bad luck has arrived. Hey, if you think you brought the bad luck, I hate to break to you, the bad luck's been here for a while. You're still 15 in your head, so that's hilarious. That's fair. The bad luck's been here the whole stream. No. You starved to the point that we lost the baby. That was fast. You're not starving that bad. You're like, I mean, you're up to, no, you're only a trivial malnutrition. That's annoying. Orders. Allow that. Allow that. Oh, don't do that. See? George. Stream self-care? Yeah, well, thank you again for the raid. You go get your self-care. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. That was grim. It's fine. We'll just make another baby. It's how it works. Do you not like spike trap either? I typically won't use the spike traps, no. Oh, I don't want you putting human corpses over here. If you could, like, not do that, please. Where am I gonna put the human corpses? I guess you'll do. I generally don't go like that heavy. I've been playing RimWorld for a very, very, very long time. And so for me, it's kind of just one of those things that I got to the point I felt like I had to play the game certain ways just to succeed because it's putting just on such hard difficulties. So I ended up turning down the difficulty a whole lot because I got tired of always feeling like I was building the same base over and over and over again, just like different layouts and organizations and all that kind of stuff. Because when you do like 500% naked brutality, that's just the way the game is. It's not that I never use spike traps, but I won't do like the trap maze. Let's hope we don't get raided while she is giving birth. Happened to me with naked brutality and 2 pawns. So the game is weird. You can actually cancel having a kid. And it delays it till later. Hey, another baby's on the way. So you could actually sit there while they're going, you just go to it and say cancel, and it just delays it. Which is definitely not how children work. You can't just be like, nah, baby, it's not a good time. We're doing this another day. Alright, let's put heal root on there, which we can't do. You never do that, because as you said, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, no, it used to be always the joke, is the baby chooses the time, you might get to choose the place if you're lucky. Alright, we're gonna go here. You're gonna be cotton, so we can get clothes going. Well, Zomboid Run is dead. Neck bite by the very last zombie in a horde. That's the way it rolls. Just have that one moment that, you know, either you're not focused or you feel like you get that false sense of security and just, then you're dead. Cargo pods, what'd you bring me? A big old pile of cloth? I actually would really like that so I can make some tribal wear. So that way we can move from being naked to not naked. A massive improvement in our survival chances. I think this tile, the heat's going to be more of a concern than the cold. Because, like, one thing, at 84, it'll keep complaining that the baby's too hot and make me, like, keep taking, like, the baby outside or whatever. It's really kind of annoying how heat intolerant it is. Oh, don't do that. And a tiny bit of research got done. Alright, now that we're starting to get our potatoes going, we should be in good order food-wise. Because that's usually the way it works, is like, you use the rice to kind of bootstrap your way up to other stuff, because it grows the fastest, but it's nutritionally kind of garbage. And then you turn around, you bootstrap up to, you know, potatoes, corns, berries, all the other stuff. I tend to mix it up. You don't really have to, but I don't know. I personally feel like in a lot of these games, eating the same thing over and over again should actually give you a mood penalty. That they just kind of get bored of eating the same thing again and again. Disease flu? That'll certainly help our cause. You better win this flu. We're not doing that one, because that gives us our pawn. The whole point is that we have to, like, raise our family. There's a good chance that flu kills us, by the way. Yeah, you're on construction, so let's have you get that going. So you get better 10 the next time, because we'll be able to see better. Yeah, because you are losing against it. Because of... I mean, they both have at least some medical, so the hope is we'll be able to get that. The downside is, as looking, I don't see any heal root I can harvest. There is one there. Bentley, try your best. Hi.
You're so purple.
It happens.
You're the handsome one.
Nope. And the one heal root got ruined by trying to harvest it.
Hi, Eonic.
What's up?
I entered your queue.
Oh, cool. I didn't see it because there's just lots happening up
So
there.
I haven't been born and died already?
Nope. We have just been going through more colonies than anyone really should.
Okay, excellent. Hello, Luxray. Hello, Moon Witch.
So we'll see if you manage to catch up and not die of flu.
Yay! Not dying is great.
Because we're not even using herbal medicine because we don't even have that.
Hello, Killer Fun.
I don't know what we're actually doing when we're treating them without medicine, even herbal medicine. Are you just like going up and just like...
Yeah, phase healing.
Just like palming them and being like, get better?
You're like...
Yeah.
Fixed.
Just walk over. Have you tried not being sick? And then walk away.
Hello, S2D Vitez. Hello, J Dopey. Flew away. Boop.
Alright, you need to be fed. We need Bentley to stay absolutely on top of that if there's gonna be any hope. It's looking real bad. They're going old school ginger ale. Well, that's the thing. We don't even have like the herbal medicine. Like that's Okay, well that's getting
And
eaten.
Bob Barker on The Price is Right. That's how I got better when I was a kid. Hi, Coach Good Time. Are you the cutest boy ever?
No.
No chat will agree with me that you're the cutest boy ever.
I need you to have better 10s. These 20% 10s aren't gonna cut it. I know you have no medicine, and you're not gonna get any medicine, but...
They're not agreeing with me. Fail chat.
I mean, they know the truth.
No.
I think you might be catching up very slowly. Oh, good. Oh, never mind. That's... I thought you had food poisoning. No, you're just pregnant.
Burgers.
That'll do that.
Is
Yeah.
that throwing up? Is that
Yes.
the graphic? That's funny.
Yep, they're dealing with morning sickness and just throwing up. Oh, good. Yeah,
Everywhere.
throw up on the person who's, dying to flu right
That's
now.
awful. That's disgusting. Your colony's not doing so well.
Okay, so you're just gonna have to step in and try and pretend to be someone who can grow things.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to need you to clean up the vomit around the person who's dying of flu real quick. Because it'll absolutely not help at all this cause. You're definitely not winning. A 0.45. So this is going to be another dead colony right from the beginning. Because like I said, the whole point is that we're supposed to be trying to have a colony that we raise for being kids. Thank you. She's wonderful. This is actually the second colony we've lost to getting just a flu right at the beginning. The last one we actually had herbal medicine. This one we weirdly had like no plants on the map hardly. So we really struggled to even just get food going. Unless you get like a 90% tend coming up here, this is probably a done deal. You're just falling too far behind. There's nothing I can do to help you. Because you can't have a religious leader of any kind unless you have 3 pawns, so I can't, like, heal word them kind of thing. We don't have access to better medicine. How about that bad luck? Oh, yeah, no, but I'm saying, J-Dopey, this is I think, our 5th colony today. This has just been our run for the whole thing. You didn't bring the bad luck. It's been here the whole time. You're just observing it now. I mean, but this one actually has 6 medical and 8 medical. So the fact that we're dying to medical is kind of a bummer. Because in this particular case, we should actually be okayly set up for this. Good tend. It's better, but I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up. You're 6% behind. But I mean, that's the thing. We're not taking bad pawns. Because, like, yes, our gap is in combat ability on this one. And research. But otherwise, like, this is actually... It's not optimal. We're still missing construction. But honestly, this is really a solid set of choices. An undergrounder for an underground location. This is not a bad choice here. We did have our earlier one that we had, like, no medical between the two of them, and that was a problem. Yeah, we're about 5-ish% behind. No, we're about 6% behind. Oh, no, Meko's already gone. Dude, you're gone for like 30 minutes. Oh, yeah. No, We have been blasting through colonies here. But that's the kind of thing you run into when you're doing Naked Brutality stuff. Is like if you're doing a Naked Brutality run and you just RNG get yourself like Plague right at the beginning, the run's just over. There's no counter strategy. Sometimes you're doing Naked Brutality, the game just kills you. Yeah, you're not doing anything to help it. Yep. So that's already the point we can't recover. So let's not waste our time waiting for the colony to die because that's already done. I basically was like dragging it out as long as I could, but that's dead. So I'll try this one more time. So commitment mode, strive to survive, next, 100%. We've been doing a lot of weird changes, so just bear with me here. So one gentle tribe and a whole lot of fierce tribes. The whole idea, the whole gimmick, the theme to this thing is that we're doing a like tribal planet kind of thing, but like starting to like try to generate a tribe like that. Rip bozos. But we've been having real bad luck with it. We had one where we got into a fight and one of our people got one tapped right at the beginning. So we had our 2 pawns and one not insta die. They took like 2 hits, but got killed in just a very beginning melee fight. And it wasn't even against like, you know, brawler or something like that. It was just bad luck on the RNG on the rolls. We had another one where we got wiped out just because we did get a pawn that was actually like a solid combat pawn against us. So like if you're like early game, you're doing tough brawler. Like the counter strategy and how you deal with that, by the way, is you use traps. With those things I'm mentioning, is you use traps. Traps make a lot of that. Man, why are you putting pollution in all those? Traps make a lot of those things a non-issue. So I'm looking for an interesting one. I did see the rift there, but I do want to do one of the special land formations. Not that many caves. They're trying to be fast, looking for interesting tiles. But I'm looking for like alpine meadows or cloud forest, which are modded biomes. Cloud forest is the one that adds lots of fog, which is the big negative, so accuracy is a big problem. Man, I really wish the caves weren't so aggressive. Because a lot of times those caves will absolutely ruin a map. Alright, that's all pollution up there. The dying from random disease at the start of Naked Brutality runs is no fun, so you often take superhuman name pawn. Yeah, it's not a bad strategy. So we're getting lots of these rifts, but everything is caves. And I just really don't want to deal with caves. Like, they're not that big. That's an interesting tile. Like, I want to do, like, a rift, a canyon, a crater, something like that, but I want to have one that's not, like, fully just messed up with the caves, because we're already going to be doing a very hard start and a very slow start. You know what? That'll do. That's our one. So that's crater. So fluid, ideological, prolicizer, frequent, and we do free love. That way we can have kids right away. We need to make sure this doesn't give us a free colonist. Cool. It just recharges our psi focus. Alright, everything else is good, and pigs are venerated. That's your first Naked Brutality run. You had a super immune. It still died to disease. They got day 3. Oh yeah, no, it's just one of those things. That early game disease on Naked Brutality is just absolutely like a death sentence. So, okay. So neither of them's incapable of carrying or anything like that. Our medical is atrocious. So you have cooking and construction. Let's see if we can't reroll you to... Has to be female, so we could have kids. Alright, so you have cooking, planting, mining, but you're a pacifist. The 2 pawns pacifist is a real hard sell. So you have construction and mining, you're undergrounder, so that's a really good one there. I want someone who could do the cooking and planting specifically. Ooh, actually, I think I can work with that. Because we'll still have them do the cooking and mining, and how bad's that scar? That's not that bad. Because we're going to be hurting with low planting, but I could have this person do the construction and mining and research, and then this person could be the medical and planting and cooking. Cool. That'll work with me. We're terrible in combat, but you know, you're always gonna have some random gap in your skill set, unless you go through and like use mods to like designer your pawns. But that's half what the kids are for. Is once you get the kids starting to grow up, they're effectively designer pawns. Okay. So, this is what a crater map looks like. So the good news is you got a big old choke point up here that we can just cut across here later to make ourselves defensible. Wildlife, we got a couple of dangerous animals. We got a pair of lynx, a panther, and a cobra on here. So those will be a problem later on. So I think we do is we build our area up here. We'll end up putting our kill box up in this area. We'll have some rich soil over there and down there. All of this could just be grazing stuff for our animals when we get to that point. So let's go ahead and start this all off. So I got some rich soil here. So your rice. You'll be potatoes. And we'll start with that. Go manual priorities. Right now, set that up. We're not gonna really have to worry about handling it all right away. So you're our cook. And you're gonna also grow stuff. You'll be our construction person. We're not gonna worry at all about crafting and all that for right now. Let's lower, prioritize those. You're not going to worry about contributing on that for right now. Alright, and as far as combat skills go, I might not bother having... Yeah, I think we'll just try and go for the range. We'll just try and kite people. It's not a great strategy, but it is what we're going to do. So we have our place for going over here. So I think we'll make this where we live. We'll start out with that. We do have the tree down here, which that's a pretty good position for us to have it right now. And meanwhile, what we'll also do is we'll go right like this and just say, please harvest everything. And then what I'll do is I'll periodically say, don't do those. And then the one person will run around to do that. So, for the next person being named, congratulations, rhetorical answer. And if this colony dies, we'll switch over to Project Zomboid. Ichitenma, welcome to the colony. Okay, it'll take a little bit before I'll be able to like make them romance each other, but that usually doesn't take very long. Yeah, so you're set to prioritize growing. Okay. Congratulations, you're the next to die. Fact. No lies detected. Alright, so I'm having them run around. I'm not trying to get all the berry bushes, but I want to get a handful of the berry bushes pulled. So I got a little bit of food laying around. I've only successfully harvested 2 of the berry bushes. Don't care. Alright, so with that, we've got about 3 or 4 berry bushes done, so allow sowing those again. It'll toggle back and forth on that a lot at the early game. That'll be fine. But because we're doing effectively naked brutality, I have to manage to get a little bit of food to keep us going until we can get our actual food up. That's actually a really good position for that to be. Because with this being over here, when it comes time to, like, if we decide to utilize this for psychic powers, it's nice and tucked off to the side that I can build a defensive wall around it, and it'll penalize it by about 30%, but then it means I give it a safe place to meditate. Well, as safe as RimWorld allows, I mean. And I can still build all out here. Alright, in the meantime... this will be where we drop the corpses. So clear, critical, human-like corpses. Zone. I don't care if it catches fire. I'm gonna go over here, just have a regular dumping stockpile up here for the moment. No, it's in the way of the grow field. Right there. And a regular stockpile for right now could be just right out here. And then once we make the area a bit bigger, we'll just put it inside. Alright, so we get a couple more berries pulled. Please stop botching everything. Okay. So I've got that. Allow that again. So now I need to go here, butcher spot, here, crafting spot. Do this, add butcher creature for forever. Go down here, paste that in, make 2 bows. Because I'm going to just not worry about choke point meleeing at the moment. We're just going to try and outshoot stuff. It's not really a great strategy. Having a melee pawn there could always be very helpful. But right now we have no combat skill to get with. And trying to train someone melee without any passions and all that is kind of tricky. Because you can't just have them hunt with melee without lots of injuries sustained. So instead I'm going to try and focus on trying to get them some shooting skill. And just hope we can make it work. And who is our crafter? Of course. Be the person I really can't afford to not have them doing stuff. But if I do that, then both people can also hunt anytime they have capacity as well. Alright, so go grab that bow. But then the hope would be if we get raided, we manage to hit the person such that it penalizes their movement speed, and then we just kite them around. That'd also probably be, this will be the better choice for dealing with like the panthers and all that same deal. You try and get a couple shots in right from the beginning, hoping to like wing it. Oh, don't. You can stop now. Bum. And then Rhetorical's working really hard at trying to get everything set up in here. I will need a little steel we can chip away. Is that all steel? I mean, I could take that apart. But let's not. Let's leave that. It would be funny if they item quality affected way things look. I'd be down for that. RimWorld doesn't really go into that much depth with a lot of these things. So bills, butcher creature forever. So now I can go down to you. And you don't exist anymore because we have the other one. Why are you not... I was like, I appreciate that you're a little bit bored recreationally. I do apologize for that. But right now, we're starving. So... I'm gonna need you to, rethink your priorities. Also, let's go ahead and bump up Rhetorical to start hunting, because we need to fill in the gap. Do we have a venerated animal? I didn't bother checking. Pigs. Okay. So there's gonna be no pigs here. So Rhetorical's gonna stop mining for a minute and try and hunt a couple of animals. You think I'm good at social? You're good at social. Please stop botching every single one of your things. I can't. I have no money, so I can't accept it. Please stop stargazing and get back to trying to make food happen. We are starving to death. I know you're bored. Nope, you're not done for the day. People are still starving to death. Where's the next bush? There you go. No food for you. That's what they're saying. Just straight up no food for you. Just botch every single harvest till all the berries are gone. Okay. There you go. Good job. First try. You've got almost nothing in the ground yet. It's gonna go great. That's what that's gonna do. Okay, so I've got to let them get some more berries. Okay, so you're starting to get some creatures for me to, to eat. So I'll try doing that. Alright, so that brings up the next thing I need to make happen. So what do we have for... So we have a chunk here I can't use for building my defense on. At least not easily. So I could put a thing like this. Actually, I could put a long style kill box. Honestly, I could put it like this way. Alright, Mad Rat. I know. The rat's smart enough to know to, like, hit there so we can't range it. Okay, so you took a couple of pretty nasty cuts. Let's get that taken care of right away. Come on. Tend to them first. Okay, one infection coming right up. Pretty much. I don't think I have a single unit of plant planted yet. Like with all the time we've been doing this, because I've been having to run around just dealing with the basic food. That's okay, because Rhetorical right now is dealing with a lot of the hunting. Alright, in the meantime, I don't really need a fire. Like, I was debating using the fire for cooking, even though it's really terrible. But I mean, I could just have Rhetorical mine for just a couple of tiles, and that'll be enough to build that. I just haven't worried about it quite yet. Let's also set up protection for the research bench. You can lock that door open, honestly. You're feeling stressed? Aw. Have you considered not feeling stressed? That's how that works, right? I need you to actually get some plants down, friend. You're cutting down the trees and I appreciate it, but like, I actually need you to, you know, why plant food when you can instead stargaze? I know, right? It's like, I'm all hungry and sad. I'm not gonna do anything about it. I'm gonna look at the clouds, but I'm all hungry and sad. Alright, well, we're starting to get a couple things down, finally. That's not what I wanted to do. I went to click right as the prompt popped up. Hey, Alanorama, can I get a shout out for Alanorama, please? Well, what did we make our colony named? Because I actually was not trying to accept that prompt. I went to click, I think it was on the meat, and it just happened to be where the OK button was. For those who don't know Alanorama, absolutely fantastic channel. You should definitely drop a follow over there. Been playing some RimWorld as well, but doing it with the, I can't remember, was it Rim Connect or TTK? It's Rim Connect, right? I think it was Rim Connect. Either way, been doing some Twitch integration, RimWorld. Good times there. Hi, purple hair, bud. Yeah. So, I mean, we met at TwitchCon. Like it was starting to fade quite a bit. So what did we accidentally name our colony? So we are the people of the canyon. You know what? I can go with that. The people of the canyon. Even though this is a crater, we'll just not be picky. So that's fine. And what did we name our colony by accident? Toxus. You know what? It's probably better names than I come up with. Yeah, TTK today. It gets a bit wild, but it's been a good time. We're all... Yeah, no, TTK can be fun. I definitely get very overwhelmed by it very quickly. So I only do it at most like once every couple months. It's so much fun to do, but it is one of those things that after a while it gets just very overwhelming. Giving lots of kids means lots of diapers. That tracks. Toxus, not to be confused with Texas. No. No one wants to insult Toxus. No, I'm teasing. I actually don't have any real strong opinions about Texas. My Texas experience has been the Houston airport. Congratulations, that's my entire Texas experience. So I have no idea one way or other about that place. There are many places I have been that I have seen their airport and nothing more. Low-key, the places I kind of want to see the most right now is I want to see Japan. Like, that's definitely one. Because Japan is just such a unique place and a very interesting place. That's been on the bucket list of places I want to go. And I want to see Boston. Because I've known a lot of people who've gone to Boston or live in Boston. And they've had mostly positive things to say about it. And it's apparently a very interesting place because of all the history. So very genuinely, I would love to see Boston some point. That's on my short list. I'd also like to see Reykjavik for something completely different, which is Iceland. It's their capital. Does you have friends who run an event? It's definitely a place to go. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about, like, I shouldn't say nothing but good things. Primarily good things about Boston. It does deal with some of the same things that, like, every city deals with, you know, just when you have high concentrations of people, but at a much lower level than I find a lot of places run into. Be ready with some back compresses if you go to Japan. Are you saying lots of walking? Boston is an experience. Okay, so normally I like to have one ranged, one melee, especially on a the cloud tile because you'll notice we're almost perpetually in fog. Where's... Oh, you're way over there? Hey, I'm gonna need you to catch up real fast, Rhetorical. Actually, run across the water. You'll be able to get in position before that person catches up, and that water will slow them down ever so slightly. Oh, yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, I've been places like that. Okay, did that slow down your movement speed? It did. I don't know if it was enough, but scatter. Alright, you reposition. You kite. Stop trying to shoot. Keep running. You're lucky they missed. Alright, Rhetorical, I'm going to need you to land a hit, please. You can do a Rhetorical. It's alright. Take your time. There you go. Was it a good hit? It was a good hit. Good job. Basically, approaching... Oh, it's time to switch. Or not. Do you have any clothing for me to steal? You do not. Enjoy your death. And for those who didn't catch, the entire idea is this is like a, you know, quote-unquote Adam and Eve run, that we are raising our own people. That's the reason I'm not even going to bother trying to catch this person. Even though they're not a bad pawn at all. I mean, they're pretty scarred up, but that's not that big a deal. You're dazed because of an awful barracks. That's fair. It is a pretty awful barracks, if we're being honest. We still have the Panther running around here. How much food do you have sitting around? It's not much. It's very inconvenient that you're having a break and I really need you planting things. We also need to go on the schedule and get recreation put on there. Instead of like recreation, we're going to put them on meditation until they start getting bored with that. And then we'll swap it over to actual recreation. Because I got the tree right here, let's leverage that. An actual recreation. Let's shove that in the corner. That'll do for that. Extreme break risk. Because you're recreation deprived. Can you not stop? Can you stop wandering? I need you to be planting things. Alright, because this is one of those things like when you're doing any type of like naked brutality kind of thing. It's just the way it rolls. You don't have enough people to do the things you want, so a lot of stuff doesn't get done. Let's see, it's that time of year again. Clocks in most of European countries are turned back 1 hour. On October 29th, and the US and Canada will end daylight savings time 1 week after Europe on November 5th. Yeah, I still need to get for the hot potato. I need to get stuff for the, they want us to give them clips and all that if we want to have like a promotional video or whatever. Like we did last time, for example. Which that was a lot of fun, so I definitely want that. Alright. So you're getting your recreation caught up. Alright, so now we're in a really dangerous place, because both the Lynx and the Panther will hunt me. And think, today's clip is your colonist getting one tapped will work nicely. I mean, realistically, one of the ones that'll almost certainly come back is the one where I have the person have a mood break and then punch an anti-grain warhead in the middle of my base. That is a very upsetting classic. it truly delivers the fully instilled RimWorld experience. That buy is gonna rot because you're having a break for like 2 days. Yeah, you're dealing with food poisoning pretty bad. I'm hoping you'll eat real fast. Don't worry about recreation and whatnot. Okay. And the good news, we are slowly destroying some of these things around them as well. Oh. You butchered one thing, don't worry about the second one quite yet. I just need you to eat, I need you to go to bed, get yourself back in gear. Then I need you to plant more things. I have a feeling long-term on this run, we're definitely not going to be wanting to use high-accuracy weapons because the foggy rain is going to be almost forever. That instead we lean to something like miniguns or machine guns, and just go with the idea is if I put enough projectiles in the air, it's going to hit something. That seems like the approach I'm probably going to need to lean on. Okay, so they're not ready to pair up at all. Yeah, so they haven't had any major changes yet into their mood with each other, but that'll get better. Once they actually have conversations, all that, it'll improve. Or if one of them gets down, the other one rescues, it'll almost instantly fix the mood between them. How's the panther doing? You getting hungry? No, you just ate. Cool. I'm assuming the one, like, I think the panther may have eaten the other lynx, because I did notice we're down a lynx. And, yeah, there it is. The panther ate the other lynx, which works out wonderfully for me. It works out even better if the other lynx injures the panther real bad, and I can just finish the job, but it does not look like it's the kid. Matt said them go have children. Oh, Doomsday rocket launchers? Yeah, sometimes kids just need to run around with Doomsday rocket launchers. Let people know they mean business. There we go. Alright, we're starting to get some stuff planted. It's getting close to ready, so soon I'll be able to start taking rhetorical back off, like, perpetually hunting. Which will be really good. How hungry are you getting? So you're not very hungry yet. A flash storm is actually pretty bad in these tiles. They burn extremely... Well, we have foggy rain. We'll be okay. I was gonna say, with as dense as the trees are in this one, dry storm and flash storm are actually pretty rough to try and keep under any kind of semblance of control. Never mind, it stopped raining, so this will be a rough time. Okay, seriously, stop hunting the rat. It's not worth your time and effort. Do something else. Okay. Let's see. You had a run where you were breeding kids to turn them into space marines by injecting them with gene seed at 13. I used to give them miniguns as soon as they could hold them. Usually ended with 10 plus shooting by 13. Yeah, you're just going for like raw numbers. Ah, a map that is entirely on fire. This is just just the way it is. Yeah, so we are trying to use that for recreation. What'll end up happening is they'll get bored of meditating after a while, and then I'll have to tell them to do other recreation. But then they can potentially get psychic powers. The other reason having them do that is with them both, using combat extended? No, I'm not. I run very, very light on the mods. If you do exclamation mark mods, it's almost right. The only thing wrong with exclamation mark mods is I have the, additional vanilla biomes, I think is what it's called or whatever. That adds like one or two things, but otherwise that should be correct. But I play very much what I refer to as like vanilla plus, or like just that, where it's mostly like UI mods, that kind of thing. Quality of life. Very, very little that affects gameplay. The landform mods isn't listed? Oh, my apologies. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we also have the landforms mod, which is like geological formations or something like that. I can get that. I'll have to fix that command after stream. We're not gonna worry about it now because we're doing about half the stream of RimWorld, and we're doing the other half of stream as Project Zomboid. There are friends of the channel who I want to raid after stream to, you know, bring the Project Zomboid community to them. Because they're doing kind of a special collaborative thing that is gonna be a whole lot of fun. That's also the reason I'm gonna be going an hour longer than I normally do on today's stream. For the record, like, I haven't gone to them and like, oh, by the way, hi.
If I ordered Chinese food, what would you want?
Orange chicken.
Orange chicken.
Thank you.
Got it. Mugu Gai Pan.
The truly authentic experience of orange chicken. Chinese food that is absolutely not Chinese at all. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And hello. Welcome. That... Ooh. Shamalama. I don't know how. The last part of that is like my mouth words doesn't want to make it work. You also got Chinese food tonight? Yeah, earlier I was like, okay, we have frozen pizza here because we need to go to the grocery store in a bad way, which that just, you know, that happens. We were doing the Vegas travel thing today for TwitchCon. Not today. We were doing the travel, you know, thing for TwitchCon. So there's that. And we haven't had a chance to, like, run to the store since we got back. So, you know, needless to say, we're hurting a little bit on a couple of different things. Alright. So let's start planning out some rooms. Actually, I'm gonna go this way. Cancel these ones. And making these rooms not square is not any type of, like, meta strategy trick that's like, aha, like, this does some weird, like, thermal thing or something. No, it's... After a while, you get tired of rectangles. So I'm making not rectangles. And we'll make this mirrored on the other side. Yeah, it's off by one. And we'll cancel that area. Because then one of these will become a dining room, and the other one will become, I don't know, a barracks or whatever. You got fish heads. Yep, always take care of our mod team. Only the best fish heads for the mod team. Like, we don't just pull up, like, catfish fish heads. Come on. We at least go for mullet, maybe sea bass. You made scratch butter chicken? Nice. That also sounds good. Okay, because now that I got the food going here, we should be okay. Oh, I can... Let's take the baby food off the immediate priorities. Alright, so we've got all this going here. Let's go ahead and also get a torch going in there so we can see. Okay, they are slowly starting to like each other more. They'll get there. Alright, I actually have no context of what time it is. It is about 8 my time. Okay. Alright, so the Panther has killed the other lynx as well, which did not injure it. Okay, so but the Panther has a whole bunch else that it will actually hunt. But it's so good since you moved to Brampton area. You missed the restaurants there. Brampton, Canada is famous for its Indian and Pakistani foods and restaurants. So good and spicy. Nice. Yeah, we have, where I'm at, we have lots of, I mean, we have a lot of things. But, like, the things you see a lot of, like, Cuban food, Puerto Rican food, that kind of stuff is one thing you'll end up seeing a lot of. We have a lot of Tex-Mex and Mex kind of food. We have a lot of Chinese food. It's like a very mixing pot kind of place. Because we're, like, really in a touristy area. We have a couple really good Thai places around here. I'm trying to think of how I want to deal with all these wrecks. Other than just have someone stand there and shoot it with a bow, which is probably the answer. Because what I'm thinking is I'm going to make the kill box go sideways and long so that they go in this way and they come across. But all of these wrecks are in the way if I do that. I don't want to go down that far, because then that'll be a problem for the geyser to use that later. So I think I literally want to cut right across here. Which means it's time for you to get to work. Yeah, so plan for it to be... That'll be the top lane. Actually, I have that in the wrong order. Then go here. Yeah, because then I'll have to destroy these two. Alright, move you over here. Same deal. Transport pod crash. Okay, do not join my colony. Do you hear me, person? Do not join my colony. You are not welcome. You are not wanted. You will be a burden on me. I am rescuing you to attempt to make friends. I don't want you to stay here. If you join, you will be fed to the Panther. I'm just gonna make this clear to you. You have been informed. We have neither the means nor the desire to care for you any longer than necessary. I am going to save your life, but like, you're very genuinely not a person I want here. You're slothful, you're ascetic, chemical interest, and while you do have a bunch of stuff going on there, you've got a ton of injuries. Like you're not someone I want to stick around. Probably having some steaks, baked taters, and veggie soup. Sounds good to me. All right. Cool, and we're doing pretty good on the food over there. You're still resting, because I had you breaking stuff all day yesterday. We'll go over here. So I need to go structure. So those are going to need doors on them. And the way this is going to work is we're going to put columns in here. Columns and barricades. So that the enemies have to like walk through it little by little. We'll leave the door open. Then you get down here where they have access to like wanting to destroy my stuff, so they'll go and find some target to go after. Okay, so if you're good there, break that. I see the fire, I'll deal with it in a moment. Okay, have fun. Alright. Can you not put out fire? Why are you not putting out the... Okay. I was like, why are you not putting out the fire? Oh, I guess because technically the fire, that's not home up here. Not till I build something. Now that's got a block of home over there. The one nice thing about this cloud area is it is almost always raining. And so while that's really annoying for fighting, because it hurts your accuracy horrifically, it is nice that it makes fire kind of not a big deal. I mean, fire's usually not that big a deal to begin with, but it makes it really not a big deal. As a reminder, Willem, if you join me, I'm feeding you to the panther. Because I do need someone to play bait for a panther if it sticks around. And I will absolutely use you. I saved your life, and I expect you to leave this map without making a fit about it. Alright? We're even feeding you, we're caring for you, we're doing all that. But like, this is not the place for you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is there a new game? Oh, you have 2 shattered spines in a few days. Oh, that's no good. That was one of the runs we lost earlier today, because we're doing this, and it's basically like starting very similar to Naked Brutality at the beginning, where it's really easy for like one disease to knock your entire colony down. Or at least the idea. Like we had only one colonist die, but the whole gimmick is supposed to be like Adam and Eve. If one of them dies at the beginning, kind of ruins it. But we had one where it wasn't even a particularly tough pawn they were against. Took a hit from a club and just instant kill. Well, again, not actually instant killed. It was technically like 2 hits or whatever. But a very low risk fight. Just managed to get bad RNG and died. Just the dice roll said death. Because normally with the clubs, you usually, most of the time, will get downed unless it's something like the opponent has, you know, Brawler and, like, level 12 or 14 or something melee skill. Then you're at risk of getting one-tapped. But, like, low melee skill, just generic pawn, like, the odds of getting killed in a fight is not that high. Congratulations, you won the lottery, and the price is death. Yup. Alright, I'm ready for you to get off my map. Destitute travelers. An approaching child in tow. They say there's a caravan is ambushed, so we are going to help these people. I'm going to wait on a little bit longer till we get our harvest up. And then I'm going to go ahead and invite those refugees, because refugees are people who can help me get stuff done. And we'll feed them and take care of them, and it works out for everyone involved. Because like I said, one of these is going to become a dining room, and temporarily the other one's going to become like a bedroom barracks. So we stop getting penalties for having a disaster of a room. Once Rhetorical gets this front area set up to be a kill box of sorts, then we will go and switch it out to... We'll switch it out to having them start smoothing stuff out. One thing I'm actually going to want to do in this case is I believe if I build a roof over this, then we won't take the accuracy penalty from the rain. Another thing that's striking me is I need to put that there. because I'm going to go ahead and put the columns and all that in here. So again, as long as we have the columns and the barricades, unless they get destroyed, enemies shouldn't stop in the lane. I mean, other than when their physical path is blocked. We'll also need to have a storeroom. So we have visitors who have items to trade. Wait, what do you have set to 1? Oh, you have childcare set to 1. Okay, that's fair. That was itch. Okay. So you go talk to them. Alright, so we've got components. We don't have much that we can sell them. That's fine. Oh, and we are running the no research random research mod, so if you look at our research, I have nothing at all. Yeah, I think it's geological landforms, and then we also have the, it's like the vanilla added, biomes or whatever. Alright, so again, I'm going to save your life, person. This is what I'm going to do. You are not welcome to stay here. If you join... You get... Oh, you're just gonna save him? Oh, okay. Cool. I don't have to worry about it then. Then we realize they're cannibals or something. Nah, we don't have a cannibal tribe on the map. We have, it's 6 or 8 fierce tribes, so they'll be... Here, I can just show you. It'll be minus 80. And then we have 2 friendly. Because the idea is we want it to be all tribal. So we don't have the Fallen Empire on there. We do have the mechanoids and we do have the insects still there for like real dangerous threats to still be around. We just got rid of like the whole thing to be just super duper heavy on that regard. They are ones that we could technically make friends with if we can manage to pull it off. But that does mean in the long term, we're going to expect big number raids. Okay, the Panther is hunting us. Where are you? Oh, that is not what I want. Where is the Panther again? Try your best to get here. Okay. Huddle inside. You, Panther. I mean, it didn't kill us. It did eat our dinner. I can live with this. I was hoping it'd go after the cassowary, because the cassowaries... I've had the cassowary win against a panther a number of times. It is actually a reasonably close fight. Transport pod crash. I will patch you up. Don't murder me. You don't have clothes, do you? Hey. Buddy. So the cost of me saving your life is your clothing. Just so you know. It's a fair trade. I need clothes. You need to not bleed out on the ground. I mean, they still might not get back up with as much pain and this addiction they're dealing with, but I did attempt. Oh, good. Food poisoning. Well, we know the whole stack has food poisoning, so I'm going to go with this approach. Oh, right, I can't do that. So that is the forbidden food. Okay. Yeah, so once I close this off, we get rid of the panther, then for the most part, animals won't be a big concern in here. Oh, you already had a meal in your pocket. I understand. Good. Everyone has food poisoning. Alright. And Willem's getting out of here. Perfect. The message was received that they were not welcome to stay. I was very much expecting them to join and for me to have them run up and go punch a panther. Realistically, what I actually have done is I'd have my range sit back, have Willem, you know, basically operate as the tank. Just to get knocked out. Everyone has food poisoning. The hit new family game, they'll make your family game night a blast. Yup. So the good news, that should end up going away and not too terribly long, because it's just out in the elements. So the rest of that... Oh, that's annoying. Okay, it's fine, whatever. I was hoping by disallowing it they wouldn't stack. It's fine, it just means we'll re-up our food poisoning. It is the way it is. Oh, well, it looks like a cougar snuck in here. I actually have 2 dangerous animals out here. If we're lucky, they'll hunt each other. Don't expect that to happen. I'm never lucky like that. Not until there's, like, literally it's the only option they have is to go after each other. Yeah, so they're not chatting enough and all that to really pair up, but they'll get there. Especially once we get like a table or something in here. Oh, I didn't check. Wasn't there a ruins down here? Yeah, no table. Nope, that is a free pawn. Oh, we do have a table here. I'll deal with that in a minute. I don't care about the rest. Because if I snag those tables... we can get ourselves, we can eat at a table. And by having them eat at the table at the same time, I'll have... Oh, don't you dare. That is very dangerous, because if Ichtenma gets hunted, I have to try and take down a panther or cougar with just one person fighting it. Neither of whom are particularly skilled in combat. So, I'm hoping... Oh, good. It just ate one of my meals. I'm actually okay with that in this particular context. Rhetorical, I need you to get away from that panther that's about to hunt. Prioritize these ones that extend the path that the panther has to go to get you. Don't worry about the ones over there. That you love how the panther keeps hunting your prepared meals. I can go with that. That is a reasonable thing for me to deal with. Considering especially some of those meals had food poisoning. That would honestly be fun. Heck yeah. Alright. Oh, never mind, you're still down. Okay, come on. I need you to recover now. We have a cougar who has food poisoning. This is the moment. You know what? It's still the moment. You're at 20% movement speed. Aha! I played my trap card. Okay. I'll give you your medicine, but I'm gonna need your help for just a minute there, friends. Have you seen a cougar before? It's a pretty cool animal. It goes by many, many names. They're all the same animal. Like, you'll hear mountain lion and cougar and all sorts of things. You'll hit it someday. Alright. Most known as, oh god, it's trying to eat me. I like how they're not even like trying to defend themselves. They're just like, oh, it's fine. You go, small child. I appreciate you. Child's like, bad kitty, and hit it with a club. Alright. So it'd be really nice if you'd stop having a mood break so you can go and get our rice and our potatoes and all the other things that we need to eat. We're also probably good to go here and say... It's fine. Strawberries, which you cannot plant yet because you're terrible at growing things. And corn. So I've got that. We'll need to go down here and say... Yellow root, which we won't be able to grow. And cotton. So we can start getting all the other things we need. And your clothes are all just sitting out there rotting. As you do. Okay. I'd really like you to get out of here specifically, Panther. I'd rather you be on the outside of the perimeter than inside. The good news is it shouldn't hunt till it gets to about 30%. Then once I get the lanes here, then I'll have to start putting in the barricades and the columns. We can actually start doing that as well. No, let's wait till they at least get that wall done. So that way it's at least not a problem. I'd really like for you to not be having a break now, please. Okay, Panther is inside the perimeter, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay. And it'll get our food recovering here in a minute. Ultimately, we definitely will want to replace this with brick. Kitty, pet the kitty. But it's a biting meow meow. It's the big meow. You gotta be really careful with the big meow. Big meow is big cuddles. Yep, and big scratches. Alright, let's move this inside. Didn't really want to move it in there, but those components, I don't want to just lose them because they're sitting out in the open. Okay, you're getting close to hunting. It's not a lot for you to hunt that isn't me either. There's a couple squirrels or whatever, and rats, but not much to work with. Because they won't hunt the boomalope, and they won't hunt the rhinos. They got all of these like little things they'll hunt. They will go after the cassowary, which would be ideal. Because the cassowary actually put up a really good fight. Please don't stand right there. I know you're meditating. I would really like you to finish, please. Then go to bed. How about we move you over here? Hey, Buana, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. What were we playing today and all that? Can we get a shout out? So we were playing some, according to this, it says Foxhole. But Twitch has been known to get that information wrong before. But how was your stream? What were you playing and all that good stuff? Welcome in, Raiders. I do hope everyone's been having a good evening and all that kind of stuff. We're watching this panther that's probably going to try and eat our faces pretty soon. We're trying to be team not have our faces eaten. Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time. Ooh, excellent. It's a really good game. Like, really, really good game. So I hope you had fun with that. Didn't you get yourself into too much trouble? As you easily do, accidentally shoving people with your horse and all that kind of good stuff. Ship to the stars. We're definitely not doing that. And we're not saving that person. We're in the middle of doing what we're referring to... Okay, so we're locking the door for a moment. Because... Oh, never mind. That cat... The panthers have been kind enough to just eat my prepared food. So many accidental crimes. May I remind you of the time we kidnapped a child? Hey, I was trying to give them medicine, and I was just really bad at it. I just like, misclicked. And so I thought the person bringing the medicine just grabbed the kid and ran off. I was like, oh, whoops. Skill issue. I mean, more paying attention issue, but yes. But yeah. Nah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is an excellent game. But with all that said, for those who haven't checked out Buana, absolutely an excellent content creator on the platform, does play a variety of games, and playing some Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time. Also has played stuff like Elite Dangerous and a whole bunch of stuff. That's actually where I found Buana through was, I believe, Elite Dangerous. Grand Theft Horse is fun. Yep. But definitely had like lots of good times with all that kind of good stuff. So if any of that's your jam, drop follow and do all that kind of stuff. For everyone who just popped in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, in settings that were harder than Apocalypse, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, which is a big whole lot of words. We will be playing some Project Zomboid here, and not super long. We'll be switching over to that. And we'll be doing that for the rest of the stream tonight. I do have a character, I don't remember exactly where kill count is. It's like 156 or 158 or 160,000. Same thing where it is literally Apocalypse settings, but worse. We still have infection on, we still have all that kind of nonsense on. But we've been going hard in that character for a while. Like I've not been playing nearly as much Zomboid like lately. Kind of just build 42 waiting room. But if you're gonna check it out, as well as, you know, I've got some friends of the channel and all that who are playing later tonight that I'd like to get a big bunch of people there, so when they start up, which is at the end of my stream, we can throw them, like, you know, throw them a whole bunch of love. Yeah, so Buana's good people. Definitely we're checking out that channel. That was one I would watch quite a bit before I started streaming. These days I don't get into nearly as many streams as I would like to. That's what happens when you stream 11 hours a day, 6 days a week. But yeah, so what we've got going on right now in RimWorld, for those not familiar, RimWorld is a colony building game. We're doing a bit of like, just kind of a put together challenge type thing. It's like an Adam and Eve thing that we start with 2 colonists and we're only growing through making more colonists. If you can read between the lines in that one. And then on the other end of that is the only times we'll take colonists that are not, you know, raised within our colony is if something should happen that our initial 2 colonists are no longer able to have kids, i.e. they died or got old, then we would go and introduce a new colonist to start the process over. It's just a thing to kind of go with it. We have been having absolutely horrifically bad luck on that. We've lost 2 colonies to getting very, very early disease. So we didn't even have herbal medicine, so we couldn't even take our sticks and garlic and try and make it better. We just kind of, you know, said, there, feel better. It didn't work. So we've lost 2 colonies to that. We had one where we had, like, a bad roll, and one of our pawns got just killed by someone with a club pretty early on. It wasn't even a strong pawn that got hit, or that did the hit. Just bad luck on the roll. So we're having a real mixed bag on all of that going. But we are working on setting up our kill box. At the moment, I don't have a melee pawn, which usually I will always make sure I have a melee pawn. But in this particular case, I'm not bothering. Here, I don't want those sitting outside. There's no point in losing components needlessly. Yeah, so we got all that good stuff happening. But because... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But because it is effectively like naked brutality, but 2 people, things are going very slowly. I just lack the number of people I need to make a lot happen at any meaningful speed. Oh wait, didn't we have refugees we're gonna accept? I forgot to accept it. It's fine. It's too late. It's whatever. Because that would have helped, because then you can, like, it doesn't even matter what their skills are. Whatever gap they fill. I'm gonna need you to run inside real fast. Like, as fast as you can, Rhetorical. And you get inside as well. Don't worry about it. We're gonna disallow that door, because you're about to hunt again. Okay. You're free to leave. And we're doing that so, like, right now, if I fight with that Panther, it's real dicey. That Panther has a very good chance of winning that fight. What? Okay. They went the whole way around to grab a log to go the whole long way around, so it's just... I didn't quite get the logic there. Alright. And are you friends yet? No, so we are getting to the point where they're getting over the fact that they have no clothes. But, they're not willing to consider a relationship. The one thing we did do is we did force them to be beautiful and kind so that they're way more likely to hook up easy. RimWorld is such a great fun, although I haven't finished a run yet. My runs always go to Glorious Strategy. That's the way it mostly ends. I've done all the endings. And bear with me for a moment, chat. It sounds like my dinner has arrived. Tomb was kind enough, my wife Tomb was kind enough to order some Chinese. So I'm gonna quickly put up my away stream and I'll be back here in just a minute. I just gotta run to the door, grab it real fast. I'll be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. That was the wrong button and I think I just cleared the queue, so my bad.
My champion, energize the spheres.
Oh, we're dead.
Be gone.
Oh. let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Keep the thread on one side of me. This is not good. All right. Sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people, when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem C. Vote for Mayor Lewis. My jokes are terrible. And now the winner of this year's egg hunt is, give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Bentley, be ready to get the heck out of Dodge. Because everyone else is expendable. If Bentley goes down, the run ends. That is not good. Bentley, keep running, buddy. Alright, sorry about that. Took me a minute longer than expected. We had a nice variety of clips in that one. I heard we had the Path of Exile, like a clutch escape. We had what else do we have in there? So we had Project Zomboid, Path of Exile, we had RimWorld. We had not Space Engineers, Hard Space Shipbreaker. All excellent games, every single one of them. Good variety of suffering. Yeah. Yeah, that one where you didn't, like with the Project Zomboid one, if you didn't catch what was going on with that, like why it was so difficult, that was we were playing on 16 times pop with the rally group set down to like 1 or 0, whatever it is, where they don't rally, which means if you leave the zombies alone, they all spread out to be evenly spaced to have like a little bit of space between every single one of them. And it sounds really easy because then when it goes to pulling the zombies, you can pull them like one at a time, very consistent and reliably. But the moment you get something that grabs our attention, like a house alarm, let's see, why were you out in the open though? That's Project Zomboid, you always want to be out in the open. Oh, you mean for the helicopter? Like there's a couple reasons, but one of them is at 16 times population, getting into a place is something that takes a lot of time and effort if you're not going to just run out into the middle of nowhere. So we hadn't reached the point, because we were at Louisville, we hadn't reached the point we could bully our way into like the mall or something. That was early run, but with the rally point turned off, the issue is the moment you have something that draws the zombies to you at scale, like again, a house alarm, helicopter, all those kind of things, what ends up happening is they're equally distributed away from you, so they kind of just close in and they leave you no gaps to maneuver around, versus when you have rally groups with just a big ball that moves at you, you just move between the big balls. Let's see, were you pulling the zombie towards the water and then had the helicopter? No, we were at 16 times population, so it was just the sheer amount of zombies in that area. I can't show you the map right now, but that whole northern part of the map where Louisville is, that's just what it's like. Yeah, bear in mind, 16 times pop is 4.5 million zombies on the entire map. It's a lot. Yes. Yes, it is. To give you an idea, the save we're going to be hopping into later in the stream that I have for Project Zomboid, That character has been alive for, I think we're coming up not too far from 2 whole years in game. We've killed, it's over 155,000. I can't remember exactly where we left off, like 160, 170 or whatever thousand. But that's how many zombies we've killed on that character without, taking a death at any point. And again, harder than Apocalypse settings, no mods to change itemization or vehicles. So it's like very, very vanilla-esque. While still having a couple like UI mods. I wonder how fire would work there. I don't do burns. They don't count. Because the big thing is I want big number to get bigger. So running zombies over with your car or fires doesn't count towards the kill count. With the zombies that spread out, the thing you got to keep in mind in Project Zomboid is the fire takes a long time. Hey, Echo, how's it going? Sorry if I missed your comment here. I was being distracted by a whole bunch of stuff. But, it is just one of those things that the zombies take what feels like a solid week to die to fire. It's one of the reasons I just generally don't do burns, because it's also one of those things that you also don't gain any strength, any fitness, any weapon skill, any maintenance. You get no skill gain from doing a burn. So it's just, you also don't get most of the loot because it gets burned up as well. So like burns are almost all bad news. And then plus they get out of control super easy, and then you turn and go, well, let me just forget about this town. It doesn't exist anymore. But me like number get bigger, more better? Absolutely. Everyone knows bigger number is better. But yeah, like this character we have that I've been playing there. I know she's killed 1 or 2 zombies with their car on accident, but I think it's only like 3 in the entire run were killed by cars. And again, that doesn't count, against the kill count. It's just 3 zombies that I would never be able to kill. But even with that 160, 170, 180,000, whatever the kill out count is, she's only ever been in Louisville the entire run, and we're about only a third of the way through Louisville by itself. Looks like the current run is 162,606. Cool, thank you for looking that up. But yeah, so that just gives you the idea. Even with all that, we have not even dented the population. Which, for the record, I'm not planning on trying to take the world record back. I've already made it very clear that I have no interest in putting the necessary time to take it back. The person who's gotten it has earned it. It's theirs. They get to keep it. They're still going, because to tie the record would take me doing literally nothing but Project Zomboid at all, 11 hours a day, 6 days a week. It would still take me somewhere in the ballpark of 6 to 8 months doing that to tie the record. So I'm good. They've earned it. They've taken it. I had my time that it was my record, and now it's their record. And there's it shall stay. Oh, Rhetorical, I need you to pick up this pace, buddy. Open the door. I wasn't fast enough to close the door behind us. What speed are you moving? If I hadn't cornered myself, I could have actually tried kiting him. I don't think we can kite him anymore, because I'd have to take the hit. Please win that fight. If it would have noticed I had a movement... Okay, cool. If it would have noticed I had a movement speed penalty, I could have just dealt with them to begin with. just kited them around and we would have been fine. So we lost an ear. That's honestly not that bad. Alright, so new rule. Zone. So we're going to say area 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go schedule, manage areas, invert. So that takes up everything but that area. And everyone's restricted to area 1. That way they'll never go out to the outside again, where we almost got ourselves killed there. You get bored after 10,000 kills, just imagining 10k is just... Yeah, that's kind of the thing, though, is when you look at Project Zomboid, you have to come up with things to keep it interesting, because it's a sandbox. And so some of the different options you have for that is, 1, more zombies. You can do sprinters. The big problem with sprinters is the game engine's really poorly designed for zombies that move faster than you can move. I need to do that so they actually plant. They're doing that stupid thing where they'll cut down every single tree but not plant a single crop until all the trees are cut down, because plant cut is lower priority. Well, same priority as grow, so it should prioritize grow. It's just a thing I found that sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But we're going to run out of food because they're just being silly and not planting anything. But it is one of those things that you'll do different stuff. Some people be like, oh, well, I'm going to collect, you know, I'm going to collect all the plushies, or I'm going to fill up a room with dolls, or I'm going to get all the weapons, or I'm going to max out this skill, or I'm going to get all the different cards. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. I'm going to get all the books. Like, whatever it is that you do to give yourself something to chase, that's what you do to keep Project Zomboid interesting. Which is true of most sandbox games, is you have to come up with those kind of self-created objectives. Because if you do just go, I'm just going to play a game, which is fine early on when you're dying a lot, I'm going to play a game. Surviving a week is a very good objective to have for yourself. Here, actually, I should eat that soup first. But as you go, you have to come up with more and more stuff to keep it interesting. Because that is one of the weak spots in Project Zomboid specifically, is that its late game is kinda not a lot there.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So we got the hydrate. And the stretch. But it doesn't have a whole lot there. Because Project Zomboid is one of those games that when you start the game, that is the hardest part. Like when you hit start of your run, sorry, I need to check the thing. How hungry? Okay. When you hit start, congratulations, you are at the very hardest part of the entire game. Because every single action you do in the game that doesn't get you killed means you're getting a little bit of XP for something. Which means your survivability options get a little bit better, your ability to fight gets slightly better. You get the idea. You're gradually becoming a teeny tiny bit better than you were the day before. I think I can run to that door and get there before you can. Oh, you can't actually break the barricades. Oh, I see what's happening here. That's fine. We'll pop the door, we'll do that, it'll stop aggroing, and it'll just wander around. I kind of wanted to come down here and have the panther attack it, but it's fine, whatever. But like, you get the idea, is you run around and you fight a zombie, you get a tiny bit of strength, you get a tiny bit of maintenance, you get a tiny bit of fitness, you get a tiny bit of weapon skill. So that the next time you fight a zombie, you've got a slight edge compared to what you had before. And once you do that for a while, till you get to like 4 or 5 in a weapon skill, you know, some maintenance, that kind of stuff. Then you start getting to the point where you start 1-2 tapping zombies, that fighting the zombies becomes way, way easier. And the same kind of stuff happens like in so many different places in the game. Did you already? Okay, you're still going wild. I was like, did you already stop attacking? Alright, that's gonna have to do for right now. Because I don't want you out there when it goes to hunt. I'm hoping he'll pick a fight with one of these cassowaries, because I know I mentioned a bunch. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen the cassowary win against like the jaguars and the cougars and the wolves and whatnot when they attack him. Come on, you're at like 30%. You should start hunting any second now. It could be that there's no animals close enough for it to target. So we actually have a little bit of food in here, so I don't even mind keeping our characters in here for a day. Because we got all the food stacked. And just let them work on this. Rhetorical's still healing from the fight we had just a moment ago anyways, so that's fine. But yeah, and then the other thing that happens is, as you play Project Zomboid, one of the things I wish I could go back and do is once you kind of learn the tricks of the game, the difficulty goes down a lot. And that's not to say, oh, if you struggle that, like, whatever. That's not the big thing. It's just more so, I know when I'm out of food, here's, like, XYZ or how I approach that. I know if I'm low on weapons, XYZ is how I deal with that. Like, you know the next move to make. You also start learning the map to the point that when something goes wrong, you immediately know it's like, okay, that's where I need to go to solve this problem. Hey, Mithrathi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. That is not who I'm looking for. That's still not who I'm looking for. There, come on, I can... There we go. Autocomplete was trying to just get in my way. Looks like you're just playing some Diablo 4 recently. So if people are looking for Diablo 4, you can find that over with Mithrathi. But welcome into the stream and all that good stuff. Always good to see more people hanging out and all that. Okay, so you went and you hunted the chinchilla, and you are now content, so everyone can leave their rooms. And are you... Okay, so you're no longer mad at me. So let's go ahead and do this. Pop the door. And get that body out of here before we have to fight on top of a rotting corpse. Because getting lung rot for no reason is not a good time. Okay. Just chilling and scripting. Found a new idle game that uses JavaScript. You did not expect to get hooked so thoroughly. Yeah. There's been a number of idle games that, like, you start realizing it's all just like JavaScript the whole way up and down. And then you start tinkering. That was the Kittens game was the one I messed with for a while. The Dark Souls of idle games, according to their own stuff. Okay. You have a 19% chance of hooking up because you rescued the other one. Is that what's happened? No. Kind words. I see. Cool. Yeah, these days I've been mostly doing the cookie clicker, which is, you know, it's a classic. But before that I did Kitten's game, which it's been a trope in like the idle games that they get like super duper wild like as time goes on. Like it starts with like something really benign, like you keep farms or whatever, and then, you know, then you're doing all sorts of things. Let's see, Bitburner and idle spiral for you. I don't know that one. Okay. That gives us a free colonist, so we're not doing that one. Because the whole thing is we're supposed to be raising our own colonists. We just need to get these two to pair up already. They're starting to become friends. We're starting to get our basic defenses set up. The big thing is going to be getting rid of that panther. That's our immediate hurdle right now, because right now I've actually got defenses up here. For when we get a raid, I could toss my ranged back here and make that work. Then hopefully we'll end up getting, like, we'll get our kid, and then when the kid is old enough to actually fight without having severe penalties and all that, we'll hopefully get a melee pawn in the group. Because once we have that, our ability to fight is going to be way better. The other downside is our kill box is entirely made out of wood. Dealing with heat stroke, really? Alright. mean, I guess 94 is pretty hot. Okay, so that's all built. And not too long, we'll be able to start trying to get psychic powers. How are they doing on their recreation? So recreation is staying pretty high. They're probably getting to the point they're bored of, Yeah, so they're getting... What are you doing? Okay, you're just moving. Or are you just leaving? You getting off my tile? Heck yeah, get out of here. Alright, well that was a self-solving problem. This sounds like fire waiting to happen. Yeah. Alright, like we've been maneuvering around that panther for a while. I was just getting ready. It's like, alright, when are we gonna have to actually fight this thing? And then it just decided it was time to leave. Okay, so that means we'll actually start getting these rooms done. Which would be good, because then I can get like an actual dining room kind of thing going on here. Let's reinstall these. Like so. And for right now, there'll be 2 seats there. So that way they'll eat at a table. And they'll be a little bit happier about that. We are running low on food, but at the same time, we've got our food is just about to be grown again. So I'm not super worried about it. Is there any of the wildlife that we'd want to tame for food purposes? The goat isn't the worst. So the goat gives us milk and grows 6 meat per day. So the milk would be what you'd get. Actually, how many calories or how much nutrition in milk do we get? 240 milk per year. Honestly, not the worst. Chinchillas will be nothing. Yeah, 3.6 meat per day. Monkeys will be nothing. 3 meat per day. Rats are also terrible at 2.3. The cassowaries I'm not going to bother because they'll probably eat my face. The squirrels, 2.3 per day. The boomalope, I'm not going to bother. The rhinoceros, I'm not going to bother. If they self-tame, I'll keep them. Oh, one thing I need to do is go misc, pen marker. We'll just put it right there. That way, if we do tame anything, they have a valid pen for them to be in. Because then they can eat all of the food in here. I do think, for our own safety, leaning on having a bunch of combat animals may not be the worst idea. It will mean we'll have to put a lot of our time and resources into taming them and keeping them tamed and all that, which is a significant time investment for some pawns. But then I don't end up losing my very few pawns to that kind of nonsense. So we did steal the shirt that was on the one guy who crashed here that we healed up. Storage. Do not allow raw materials, so I stopped putting wood in here. And how are we doing on our grow skill? We're at 5. So, it's slow. Okay, I'll put that in there. And that in there. Bring the recreation inside the house. Okay. Wild woman wanders in. That's not what I want. It is what it is. Alright, so as much as I want to do that... So it is right there, so we can go like that. So we'll do a little bit of meditation, a little bit of recreation. That does mean it's going to eat into more of their time that they would actually be doing work around the colony to keep us going. But I need them to not have mood breaks and all that. All right, so next up, once we get that going, let's see what we can do. All right, so we've got an artifact quest. We won't be able to do that anytime soon. I won't be able to caravan away with just 2 people. Not safely. Or I shouldn't even say safely. Not without extreme risk. Alright, we're up to 19% chance. We're getting there. Alright, let's see if there's an extra penalty or whatever. I was curious. Sometimes if they take injuries, it'll actually have a penalty to how much people like them because of, like, their injury, or like stuff like annoying voices the same way. We can go ahead and lock that door open since there's no reason to... No, actually, let's leave it closed. That is keeping a slightly better temperature. We will definitely want to try and get some clothing going before it hits winter. That's cool. I can't use it, so I'm not going to bother. Okay, so now I got a bunch of stuff to get out of here. Torko's probably going to get to hauling a bunch. Alright, so... we'll plan for a double bedroll. In the meantime, we'll put this here. We can put a crib in here for when that's appropriate. And take them out of this room. Yeah, so we're just gonna let them work on getting this room all these rooms all situated. So we can get a nicer bedroom and all that. And the next move I think we'll do is we'll put storage up here, but I'm gonna wait till they get these 2 rooms cleaned up. We're gonna try and smooth out the floor in both of these rooms. So that way they become like excellent rooms versus right now, if we look at it, it'll be like a major negative that they're like, hey, the barracks is awful. That kind of thing. So we're trying to get all that cleaned up and sorted out. All right. And the good news is we do finally have our cotton planted. Because that'll be a source for us to get clothes and all that. And unfortunately, she can also be a danger to us. My hope is since we have a bunch of these plants here, she'll just tear up some of her plants from time to time, and that'll be good enough. Yeah, and I definitely also want Rhetorical to do research, but right now, I think just getting those rooms set up is more important. Like, the research is going to be important, and I know we're just not doing literally any to speak of, but that's not an uncommon problem for these kinds of runs. The good news, once we get this hauled out of here, we should be in pretty good shape. Because I technically don't have a zone set for the wood. I actually don't care. This map, I should not have a problem with wood. Like, at the most, I'll just have to tell them to cut down some trees if I've not had them do that for a long time. I am curious what psychic powers are going to end up getting ultimately. Okay. I just realized those aren't lined up. Wanderer joins? No. Can I get there in time? Nope. No, I cannot. A good hit. Yeah, to do. Because I reduced its speed by about a quarter. You can do it, Rhetorical. Just giving you a little shooting practice so you skill up. Yep, Foggy Rain is a real booger. I need you to hit it, Rhetorical. Oh, time to change trade. Can run around the car this way. Don't try to rush me, get performance anxiety. It's okay, we'll get there. The point is, people are gaining some shooting skills, so hopefully in the future they'll do a little bit better. We're also dealing with Foggy Rain, which I believe is the worst penalty you can get for your accuracy. So, I mean, it's not super surprising that people have real difficulties when that's there. What are you doing? You are hauling the slate table. I totally forgot that was down there. It's fine. A lot of these won't be staying. I'm kind of just putting them there because they'll all have like a little bit of beauty they add to the room, which will help make it a nicer room for now. Because smoothing floor takes for absolutely ever. Alright, so you moved on to cleaning. Even though you missed that one corner. I guess that room, part of the room isn't cleanable. That's fine. Alright, so orders. We'll start by smoothing this room, I think. And then once we smooth that room, we can worry about the next one. We'll also probably have you destroy these cars here when you don't need to be busy doing stuff either. And what is your construction at? It's at 8, so you'll make some meaningful progress. Alright. Oh, wait, am I attacking it? Yep. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna open some. I don't want to pop people's ears. Alright. Because we've got all this going on, and let's check on the time. Alright, so pretty soon we'll be switching over to not RimWorld, we are playing RimWorld. Pretty soon we'll be switching over. I would like to get these two paired up as a couple first, if possible, which it's not looking like it's going to happen quite yet. They are moving that direction. As they wander around each other, they'll start having conversations and everything. Those conversations will lead them to gradually become besties and all that, assuming they don't just insult each other, which it's RimWorld, so that's exactly what's going to happen. But then we can start worrying about like kids and all that kind of nonsense. But we do have a somewhat stable beginning. We're working right now on actually getting our rooms to be better. So like where it says awful barracks is a penalty, but we are getting a spacious interior. You know that. You're gonna go ahead and say it. Rual, please restart. We can't let this base expand. If you're worried about it being a lewd thing, don't worry about it. Just the fact that I have round rooms, because more than likely I'm just going to make more round rooms over here. It's not going to be what you're like thinking. Because like it's not going to grow out this way, if that's what you're worried about. Realistically, the next move is I'm going to put a room over here for a storage room. Okay. Okay, who is the better shot? You're gonna be the one to step back. Nicely done. That way it didn't put them into melee and they couldn't shoot anymore. Okay, and slowly we're smoothing it out. It's all fine. So we were planning for this to be the freezer up here. So it needs to be, the walls need to be too thick. Oh, right. It's planned, not actually mined. Oh, actually, no, that's fine, because what we could do here is this would be where the vent is. Alright, so we can go here, do this, start that mining. Yeah, I could do that. And again, that'd be where the vent goes. And go here and say remove the plans. And that'd be the freezer. But that'll come after we smooth the floor. Disney is gonna file a lawsuit? Oh, because they're making Mickey Mouse? And whatever that is. Yeah, there's definitely times that people will see... They will see things that are not actually what's going on in there. So what are you working on? Oh, you're hauling things as well. Did you actually plant everything? I guess you did. That's fine, because we'll keep hauling and cleaning, and as they have availability, they'll start actually getting a little bit of research snuck in here and there. Pattern recognition, defensive evolution roll? It is. I'm not shaming. I'm mostly pointing out that people be like, oh, you need to worry about this. Like, no, I don't think we do. I don't think it's actually a big concern. Alright, still low opinion. 19%, slowly climbing. If they have like a deep conversation or whatever, that'll bounce us up to like the mid-30s or whatever. Unfortunately, you can't force it. It's just RNG will have it happen. And here's a raid. They're going to prepare. One person with bow. Get in position as fast as you can. We're gonna have to add an extra layer to this. Like, knock this out and make it wind a whole extra time. Alright, same as before. You take a step back. Alright, you just worry about bandaging yourself. Don't even worry about fighting them. So we'll do for the future is I'm going to make an extra whole wave to deal with. Go to bed. Oh, you are tending. I suppose like, wait, what? But once you tended, if they're still down, we're going to take their clothes. Okay. Alright, so we'll need to do that. We'll need to go bridge here. It'll eventually put all the stuff to climb over there as well. This will have to get destroyed. You're smoothing floor. Okay, you're not smoothing floor. You're going here, and you're destroying that wrecked car. When you see shapes in the clouds that faces electrical outlets, gotcha. Meanwhile, go zones, allowed zone, area. 1, we'll expand that to include this. And you're good. And they're going to do this the whole way as well. And the reason why we're doing all of these is entirely 100% just so that the enemy has to cross it so they move way slower. Not because it's a good defense. Now downside is this thing ever catches fire, it's super boned. It is absolutely borked. There's no hope for it at all. Unknown refugees. They claim they lost their way. We do have a little bit of food, not a lot of food. We don't need to accept it immediately. We have the shaman tribe going on. We can trade with you real fast. Take the seed. Have a nice day. And one thing we are going to need to do is a shortcut to bypass the entire kill box. It's like make a path over here and have a set of doors. Just for practicality's sake. Can you go over barricades? Some, like a lot of them can't. They'll say here, I believe. Blocked by fences? No. Okay, wild animals, elephants. I would like friends. I can't. We don't have enough animal training. Well, that's disappointing. Because elephants would be perfect. They're good fighters, they caravan, they can haul for you. So, like, they could do a little bit of absolutely everything. How long till you heal? You took a good couple hits. Pretty close. Hey, Alice. Third bar second. Hey, sorry, Alex. It's the main thing I keep an eye on is Twitch, so I do apologize that I was missing it. In the future, you don't really need to spam. I do apologize for not noticing it, but like, you know, spamming. But yeah, so my main platform is Twitch. Most of this is going on over there. You know, just unfortunately, it's hard to keep track of 3 different chats and a whole bunch of nonsense going on. Alright. So the venerated computer, we're not going to worry about that. That's a caravan thing. People are going, feel free to join us on Twitch, we don't bite. Hey, let's not lie now. Alright. So yeah, so unfortunately cannot tame the elephants right now, we just don't have it. But, this is, I think we're getting to about the point that we are going to be switching over to Project Zomboid here in just a moment. We still can't make these 2 romance. They're getting there. They now actually at least have a chance of romancing each other. As long as there's consent, absolutely. You bite it fast, maybe. We don't bite. Have you seen how many social fights we start in the RimWorld colony? Yeah, if anything tells us about anything with RimWorld, there have been many a finger and scar caused by biting. Biting happens much in the RimWorld colony. Oh, that's desiccated. You can just stay there. You're still floating around back there. Alright, so I mean, at least the good news is we're really good on our food situation. The clothing will get there once this cotton gets growing. It won't be the fancier clothes, but it'll be some clothes. We are effectively expanding our kill box here. So with our kill box, this is like, it's not a maze thing. The idea is it's just supposed to be a long kill box that they have to move slowly through, and you can just shoot at them. As opposed to like a big wide kill box actually doesn't work particularly well. The big thing is having some type of choke point. The thing, I think you helped end 2 colonies in a row. I'm impressed. Yeah, you had some bad luck with that one. But yeah, so I am thinking it's getting to be about that time to switch over to Project Zomboid. We have been going for about 4.5 hours. It is about 9:30 actually. Why does that time not add up? It's like, am I reading the time wrong? No, it's about 9:30. That's weird. I didn't start the stream late and we didn't get disconnected. I don't know. I think maybe just the UI for Twitch is being bugged and how long it thinks I've been streaming. It's fine. That wouldn't surprise me. It would never surprise me for the UI to have a problem. Time to switch to words on stream. In this particular case, I already have my food here. So I actually don't need to do the big old break for that. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll make sure to take like a break or 2 as time goes on, where I take like a minute for myself with just the away screen kind of thing. Because the only downside with words on stream is like when people get going really well with it, it does end up being a thing that it can take a good while to get through. I have been looking at YouTube, Alice. I mentioned before. Like I said, I am keeping an eye on Twitch. Like I do have all the other things going on. But, and I do know there's, like, a ridiculous, like, almost full minute delay before you see what's happening, because that's just how slow YouTube is. But, it is what it is. Alright. Yeah, so I think we're gonna switch, because if I don't do it now, I'll just keep not doing it. So, what's gonna happen here in just a minute is we are going to be taking RimWorld and sliding it aside. Let me get my music started here that we normally have going on. I'm going to be switching our category and all that, and we're going to be getting Project Zomboid going. Because I did say I was going to do that. Normally I do, because I do stream for 11 hours, I usually will flip the stream halfway through between games. Normally we'll do a poll and a whole bunch of stuff. This particular day, because I do know there is stuff that is going to be coming up later. They're just round rooms, Alice. You're seeing that which is not there. But I make the round rooms or like oval rooms or different shaped rooms because, you know, always having rectangles gets slow after a while. So that's the whole thing. One thing I also need to do is I need to update my sub goal label, because just the... Oh, that's annoying. Don't make me do a whole big thing with this. Stream labels might be broken. Alana Rose says, I'm so over rectangles. I know, right? It's those things that you, after you play like thousands of hours, you're just like, look, you know what I don't want? A bunch of boxes. So I'm going to be, rectangles are better. Alright, so let's go ahead and load this up, and then I'm going to switch the category and all that once I get in here. I just want to get into the game real fast before I do it. That way when I update my tile, I can get the actual numbers. I know people posted them before, but I don't remember what they were. You did so many square bases, and now you never want to do that again? Yeah. Like, we're talking purely strategically, that kind of thing anymore. Like, the rectangles are usually the best for most of your rooms, but it's such a tiny little thing that it's not worth considering. Alright. So let's pause real fast, and let me get everything switched over, because we're at 162,606 zombies. Alright. Venus rides again. 162k killed and going. And still going. 16x pop, multiple copters, 0 to hero, etc. Cool. And we've got the category switch and all that. Hit that. And let me fix my stream labels really fast, because it's going to be annoying. Why are you making me change my directory output and everything? I had all of this set up. Select folder. Give me 2 seconds. Stream labels is like randomly like, I want to update and break everything. So I need to quickly find where we have my little sub label on the bottom left there, and I need to update it because it's a whole thing. Circuit rooms are great for telling the social fight starters go inside the corner. Yep, thank you for closing that. So we just need subscribers, total subscriber count, and I'm gonna drop that. So what is our thing at? Let's make it, let's aim for 135. All right, because it's just a thing that I've been away for a bit over a week for the whole TwitchCon, so a bunch of subs fall off in that. All right, so we're gonna be checking out some more Project Zomboid. For those who haven't seen me play Project Zomboid before, let me quickly adjust the windows. For those who haven't seen Project Zomboid before, this is a zombie apocalypse survival game. It is a very unforgiving one that is ruthless and mean and terrible, in the sense that if you make one mistake, congratulations, it's over, start from scratch, it's done. You can change the settings and all that, but that is the general gist of it. It's supposed to be a very difficult game. It's supposed to be a very unforgiving game. Now, that said, it is one of those games that as you learn it, it becomes easier and easier to deal with. That you kind of get the timing and all that sorted out, that you don't have to worry about it. You kind of get used to the way it works. It is a game that you can kind of effectively master. We'll also see, because I haven't played with this keyboard before. So I'm a little worried about that, and I should probably not immediately jump right back in. But I also make bad decisions, so you know. Okay, so we have some stale rabbit here. We're just gonna wolf that whole thing down as one quick go. Alright, so the first thing I'm gonna do is get ourselves some rabbit all prepped. This character has been alive for a very long time. In-game, they've been alive for about 1 year and 7 months, just a little bit shy of that. In real life, this character has actually been alive from... Ooh. Did you restart the YouTube stream? I did not. Let me go ahead and do that. So for those over on YouTube, I am going to have to give the stream a kick. And the reason I have to do that is I cannot change the categories in the middle. So I do apologize for people over there. So it's going to be boom and stream. I'll be back in just a moment over there.